one, Stephen Hendry brings a great championship to an end.
He becomes the 1992 Embassy World Champion for a second time. A really magnificent finish. We couldn't have a better champion. Stephen Hendry has proved once again that he's the best player in the world.
He's beginning to annoy me.
Stephen Hendry takes the Embassy World Snooker title for the 5th time. Oh, it's not there. And it's all over. Peter Ebdon turns to congratulate Stephen Hendry.
Tremendous fight of it, but it's Stephen Hendry who wins this semi-final by 17 frames to 13.
Facing Hendry today, 27-year-old Ken Doherty from Ireland. He's collected the scalps of former champion Steve Davis and world number 2 John Higgins en route to his first final at the Crucible. So it's the first timer against the old campaigner, at least as far as finals are concerned. So snooker championship, as he's already put out Steve Davis and the world number 2 John Higgins. So it's Hendry against Doherty. Let's now hear from the 2 finalists.
I don't think Stephen has played well for the whole 2 weeks that he's been here. He's been sort of up and down. He's been consistent, but he hasn't really sort of set the world alight here. But saying that, every match is different, and he's going to be a different prospect in the final. He's going to be the toughest opponent to play in the final.
We haven't played this season actually, so it's a while. But yeah, you're right. The last 4 times he's played me, he's beat me. So I hope that trend doesn't continue.
Well, it certainly helps me psychologically, you know, that I'm not sort of going to be afraid of him. I'm just going to go out and enjoy it. And you know, if I play well, I think I can beat him.
Well, I'm in the final, so that's you've got to be confident. If you're not confident, you're going to go out there and get destroyed. So of course I've got confidence. Yeah. I'm
so happy to be here, and you know, everybody's happy, especially in Dublin and the whole of Ireland. You know, they're all behind me, and I'm getting faxes from them all, and it's brilliant. You know, but certainly I don't want to settle for second place. This is my first and biggest chance of winning this event, and to be world champion is my greatest ambition or aspiration, and it's a dream come true if it does happen. But I'll be very disappointed if I lose. You know, I don't want to just settle for the final. I don't want to be one of them. I don't want to be an underachiever. I just want to go out and give it my best shot.
But now the talking is over, the play can begin. Defending champion is ready, so let's go live to the Crucible for the introductions of the 2 finalists. And for that, I hand over to the Master of Ceremonies, Alan Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome the players, and first, a slender Irishman going for the biggest win of his career, and how well he's played to reach today's final, and no one could deny this likeable and extremely gifted young star the chance to win the title of his dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, onto centre stage, will you welcome please the pride of Dublin, Ken Doherty. And ladies and gentlemen, his opponent, a Scottish gladiator with so much pride and passion, who has ruled supreme for the past 7 years and been undefeated on the world stage since 1992. Today, starting out on a journey where no player has ever succeeded to win a 7th world title, the Crucible welcomes, yet again, the touch and the talent of the wonderful reigning Embassy World Champion, Stephen Hendry.
The final is the best of 35 frames. A long way to go, but a good start will certainly settle the nerves. Our commentators for the opening frames are John Virgo and first Ray Edmonds.
So the formalities taking place. The trophies removed from the table. And this capacity audience
Thank you then, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame. Ken Doherty to break.
await the opening frame. Well, it's been said his long potting is a little bit suspect this week. Nothing wrong with that one.
Pink spot not available, so finding a place in the direct line with the top cushion. So it looks to me that's the the pink out of commission and sold to the black.
7.
So only the blue to play for at the moment.
Foul.
Ooh.
And a miss. Stephen Hendry 7. Ken Doherty 4.
Well, I can only assume just a little bit nervous, and the way this happens, you just hit the bed of the table first.
Free ball.
And scoop the cue ball over the intended red. He's given a free ball, referee Alan Chamberlain. That means to say that Ken Doherty counted both sides of a red. But Ken quite happy to put Stephen back in, as you can do when they make a foul shot. And Stephen's not played that too well. He wanted to place tight on the top cushion. Just saw Alan Chamberlain there, the referee, just touching down a little bit of the baize that probably was lifted up when Stephen miscued. Not like golf, you don't have to repair your own divots. So another long pot. Left for Stephen, to the left.
Well, did that miscue unsettle him a little?
One.
Well, has he run far enough with the cue ball?
6.
Just.
Seven. $11.
Well, I can't believe this is the red that Ken played for. I think he played for one of the two reds together or the one just to the left of those two. But recovered well.
12. $17.
Quite apparent at the moment that Ken Doherty has not settled down. He's under hit in every positional shot he plays. That's just a little bit of tension in the arm. That'll soon loosen.
$18.
I'm pretty sure the black goes, and he'd like to nudge that red away from the black spot, I think.
That's certainly what he attempted. And as you see, the black going on its spot now, it's going to be tied up for the corner pockets. It's got to
25.
go on its spot without touching the red, as you saw it. Just enough room for it. But he's still got pink and blue to play for.
$26. $32. $33.
Well, a good shot, but now he's wanting another good one to get to the next red. May even just trickle up behind the blue, but a reasonable angle on the yellow. But his positional play so far, John,
35.
isn't up to its usual standards. He's been a little tentative and just a settling down period, I'm sure.
Yes, the nerves, they don't show sometimes on players. They look very relaxed, but this is the biggest match of Ken Doherty's snooker life, and it's understandable. Nice touch there, though.
And that's not a good safety shot from Ken. Hasn't left an easy pot on, but should be an easy safety shot for Stephen. Well, another unforced error that. And he's very lucky not to have left Ken an easy pot.
Well, he's left Stephen a chance of this red into the right corner, so that was another careless safety shot from Ken. And Stephen's going for it. Oh, but it was a long way away, and that could be the mistake that cost Stephen this first frame. Great chance for Ken Doherty now.
1. Seven. 8. 14. 15. 15. $21. $22.
So looking for the colour and one more red, and it'll be the first frame on the scoreboard for Ken Doherty.
$27.
Well, that's a little careless. The only way he could be in trouble was being slow and short of pace. A much more difficult red to the middle.
Ken Doherty, 27.
So 59 points in front, but there's 59 on the table. He's just left Stephen a glimmer of a chance, but big task the way the balls are situated.
Yes, for Stephen to tie, he needs blacks with the 4 remaining reds, and as you can see, the black's tied up. So if he goes for a pot and gets it, he must need a snooker. And that's why he refused the red. But Ken will be a little bit disappointed he didn't clinch it at that visit. Still a good favourite, though.
The crowd knew that was the vital red.
Ken Doherty.
Stephen isn't bothering to play snookers, he's conceded. So Ken Doherty takes the opening frame of the 1997 Embassy World Championship, and he played pretty solidly, a little hesitant, but played pretty solidly throughout that frame. He's in unknown territory, Ken Doherty, best of 35 frames. But it was a strangely hesitant Stephen Hendry in that first frame, John.
Well, it was. He started off with a tremendous long red and then miscued, and then after that, he didn't look settled at all. There's been lots of talk, of course, that if he wins this, it's the modern-day record of 7 World Championships, and he has gone on record as said that he's not thinking about it. That's the last thing on his mind. But I must say, his performance here over the last 16 days, as it is now, certainly appears to me that it's on his mind. But a good start from Ken Doherty.
Well, that's the trophy that he wants to put his name on again.
Second frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
He'll have to improve, but I'm pretty sure he will. Good strength and direction. Well, Ken can get through to a red to this left corner, but no colour really available. If he can find a safety shot, I think that would be the wiser choice.
Good pot, no colour, but a good snooker here. The reds are spread. Could force a mistake from Stephen.
Ken Doherty, 1. Foul and a miss. Ken Doherty, 4. Okay.
Well, found the angle the second time, but didn't quite get a thin enough contact on the red to get it fully down the table, and there might be a shot to nothing here for Ken.
Well, Ken Doherty with a problem here. I can't see a way back to balk. So, looking for containing safety. I don't know if he's left a red along the top cushion into the right corner. But if he has, I don't see how Stephen could pot the red and get the cue ball up the table for a colour. So that's not a bad shot from Ken.
We've seen this many times during this year's World Championship, the safety zone becoming the black end of the table, but usually the black's on the spot and they try to get the cue ball behind it. At the moment, just getting the cue ball close to the cushion is the only way that they can get it safe, and they've got to get it tight. So still out of touch.
Well, that was a better pot from Stephen.
Six. Seven. Twelve. 13.
Well, this time he may be able to
18.
hold for the black to the middle if he wishes. Looks as if it's back for the blue, though.
19.
Well, he was a bit straight on the blue and tried to force the angle and stunned it slightly and took the pace out of the cue ball, so he's not exactly where he would like to have been positional wise, and as we see so many times, if you're just out of position slightly, then it can snowball, so needs a good recovery shot here.
$31. $36. $37.
Well, this pink's a little tricky, but he can get his cue in comfortable. He should get it.
$43. $44. 50. 51. 57. 58.
'So a quick glance at the scoreboard from Stephen. He's 60 points
65.
in front now with only 59 left on the table. And he's taken
66.
these well. First frame he hadn't really settled. And particularly this frame early on, he didn't play any decent safety shots. But one sniff of a chance from a poor safety shot from his opponent. And when he gets in,
73.
he still looks as deadly as ever. Nothing wrong with his short game.
74. 79. 80. 85. 86. 90. 92. 95. 99.
'What the Crucible crowd have come to expect from Stephen.
110.
So he looked in a bit of trouble. 117 break soon dispelled any doubts. It's only his fourth of the championship, but it's level the match at 1 each. And by his standards, 4 centuries in the 2 weeks of the World Championship isn't certainly Stephen Hendry at his best. He's had a very tough route to the final. He's had the tougher matches of the two players by far, and certainly throughout the fortnight, John, he's looked to be in and out. I think he's, as we've said, his long putting isn't particularly good, but he has scored when he's got in.
Well, yes, when he's in the balls, he's scoring as well as ever, as you say. He's had a very tough route to the final. Andy Hicks in the first match, and then Mark Williams, and then, of course, that great tussle he had with Darren Morgan. There was a few people he more or less didn't meet on the way. Ronnie O'Sullivan was expected to meet him in the quarter-final, and Darren Morgan, as I say, was on the top of his game. And then James Watanabe, as we saw last night. He really struggled there, Stephen, and relied at the end of the day on a bit of luck. But, as you say, a lot tougher than Ken Doherty's route to the final.
Ken Doherty to break, third frame.
Ken playing the safety shot off that red. He did have an option of a red into the left corner, but the black wouldn't have been available. So not worth the risk. But in playing that safety, he has disturbed the reds round the black, so Stephen taking it on. Oh, and a little bit fortunate there not to leave that red he played.
Great arena, the Crucible. It really is a crucible for the players down there on their own in a very big area.
One.
Well, can you believe it? Someone's got a mobile phone switched on. It can't be for Stephen. He's looked at his watch. It's too early. Cut him off. And a nice positional shot.
6. 7. 14. 15. 22. 23. 30.
Just finished the wrong side of the red. Don't think he can hold for the black. Cue ball's going to run into the other red if he tries to hold with the black, and he needs to get the contact on that right. He was forced to go to the blue, but played delightfully, and
31.
after that rather dodgy start, normal service looks as if it's been resumed with Stephen Hendry.
$36. 37. 44.
1
45.
Well, that was a
52.
terrific shot and perfect on the red.
53.
As we said at the end of the last frame, there's nothing wrong with his game when he's in close like this. His cue ball control is just a delight. And looking at the way
60.
the balls are situated, 60 points already in this break. That's the lead. Couple of reds, couple of
61.
colours, frame over.
The 68. $69. $75. 76.
And I'm pretty sure Ken Doherty, having seen Stephen in the opening frame and having won it comfortably, was starting to feel confident, but
83.
when you see the world champion doing this, it tends to deflate you, but it is the best of 35 frames. There is a long way to go.
84. $90. 91. $99.
So you see it, I said early on in the last one was his fourth. It wasn't, it was his fifth, and this is going to be his sixth. But consistent scoring there, but the high breaks weren't there earlier in the championship. Not the centuries, but maybe he saved them for the right time.
106 and the frame.
The crowd would have liked a clearance. Stephen happy, I'm sure, with back-to-back centuries to lead by 2 frames to 1. And well, we said that Stephen had a tough route. Ken here seemed to have had a fairly trouble-free route. As you see, in round 1 he had his biggest match against young Mark Davis, and it was a pretty tough match, but then an overwhelming win against Steve Davis, which shocked a few people. Had a bit of a tough match against John Higgins, but then won against Ale Robidoux, with a session to spare. So he had a day off. This should have stood him in good stead, John, but Stephen looking a little bit ominous.
Yes, as you said, I mean, Stephen Hendry has done that time and time again. I mean, we are talking about the world final, back-to-back centuries, and it is a bit daunting for your opponent. But Ken Doherty has been playing well, particularly against the Steve Davis, in the Steve Davis match, so he's just got to think positive thoughts, and when he gets his chance, take them.
Stephen Hendry to break.
Now I think Stephen has brought a red down there that Ken can get to.
One.
Well, There was about 3 reds he could have played for in this right corner pocket. And that was a poor shot to under-hit as he did. He's not on either of them. Bad mistake. Because after what's happened in the last 2 frames, there's one thing that Ken Doherty knows. If he's going to win this match, he's going to have to play well.
And this is half a chance to the middle. A little bit worried, obviously, that he might be leaving Stephen a chance should he miss it, but, well, in his best form, against someone else, he may have gone for it.
Yes, you've got to agree with the choice of shots. His opponent's just made 2 centuries with just a sniff of a chance, so he's got to try and make it as difficult as possible for Stephen. And the best way at this game to get a chance is to play good safety. Ken played safe, but that's a better one.
Foul and a miss for Stephen Hendry. Replace. Okay. All right, Stephen.
He has got to catch this red very thin, otherwise it could be trouble. And played to perfection that time. Ken, of course, has beaten Stephen the last 3 times they've played, but he's now in Stephen's own backyard. He's made the Crucible Theatre at the World Championship his domain for the last 6 years. But that's a pretty good reply to a good safety shot from Stephen.
foul and a miss for Ken Doherty.
Yeah, please.
Well, it was very much short of pace, but I'm not so sure that Ken will have an easier shot if Stephen does find the red near the back cushion this time.
I don't think I can alter it much to that, Stephen.
Certainly Stephen seemed to have the angle off the left-hand cushion to hit the red, and I think where Alan's put it, maybe the yellow was
Okay, happy with it.
in the way. So can he judge the pace this time? Well, as you'll see, he was a long way out from the pot. Red didn't even get into the jaws, and well, I don't think he was going to leave Ken a desperately easy chance, but Lady Luck came to his rescue. He wasn't able to get a colour, but he's left Ken pretty awkward.
Big problems here for Ken Doherty. Red's a spread. It's difficult to see a safety shot at this end of the table with the red so close to the left centre. Well, he'll be well satisfied with that. Tap on the table from his opponent. Good shot, well judged.
Touching ball.
Well, it's a touching ball, but I don't think it'll help Ken a lot. Not certainly to open things up.
Yes, and another problem is the two reds near the left centre look to be a plant, so you've got to be very careful here. Well, Stephen didn't expect that red to come back as it did, but it's still safe. And well, we've had situations early on in the championship like this, and it's been declared stalemate. I don't think we're far off that here. It's going to be very hard to resolve this situation.
Yes, Alan Chamberlain will certainly watch it for a few more shots, but then if he decides that it has got to that, quick word with the players. Or of course he has the power, used very rarely, to impose so many shots each, but all of a sudden the impasse seems to have been broken. Possible safe area would be down the far left corner, the yellow corner pocket. Wouldn't leave the plant on there. But the player who put the cue ball there would be given the advantage perhaps to the other player.
Well, is he going for this in off the red near the left centre pocket? That's what he attempted. And all wrong. Now, what's he left for Ken Doherty? Needs to be on a colour badly.
One.
I don't like where this cue ball's going. Just can't get that control. He has played on this table. This is the same table he played on when he played in the semi-final against Elaine Robidoux. So he should know the pace of it. Taking this pink on. Tough shot.
Deserved applause, and the little nudge on the red has given him a chance at another red.
Eight.
Good shot. This is what he needed. The black in play. And the black on its spot. Available into both corner pockets. Frame winning chance.
20. 21. $28. 29.
Ken Doherty, of course, carrying the hopes of the Irish nation on his back. He's the first Irishman to get past the quarter-final stage since Dennis Taylor won this championship in 1985.
37.
But now it's getting a little complicated. One easy red to get to. So he's got to be getting good position now.
Oh, he needed to
39.
bounce off the cushion slightly. He should get this red. It's just now a little bit more difficult to control the cue ball. Well,
40.
Not great position. Needs to play a... Well, he's looking at the brown into this right-hand corner pocket. Risky shot. Playing the snooker.
Ken Doherty, 40.
Good break, but he nods his head. He knows that he had a chance to perhaps win this frame and level up at the mid-session interval. But here is another chance.
One.
After the pink, 2 more reds, 2 more colours, and that would clinch it. So playing for the more difficult one, and as he's done so many times in these early stages of this match, just underhit that slightly. Playing into a blind pocket now.
Eight.
It's got awkward again though. Looking at the scoreboard again. Pink, 1 more red.
Ken Doherty, 8.
Well, this is the 3rd chance that Ken's had to take this frame. He's done pretty well to get back into a frame winning position in this frame, having sat out the previous 2 frames and watched his opponent make 2 centuries. Never got a sniff of a chance. But now the pink should put this frame beyond Stephen's reach.
Seven. Ken Doherty, 7.
So 58 points in front, 51 on the table, 2 snookers required. But we've seen many frames won and lost from this position.
Eight. Stephen Hendry, 8.
Yes, I don't fancy Ken Doherty to lose this frame. I think what will probably annoy Ken a little bit He's had 3 good chances and he didn't finish it straight away. And we can take one thing out of the first 2. Stephen Hendry gets a good chance. He has been winning them, but 2 each. That's what it's going to be at the mid-session interval.
6. Nine.
But will that be the pattern that this match goes on? Stephen, if he wins a frame, wins it very easily. Ken Doherty having to work much harder
14.
to win his frames. So, as John said, they go to the mid-session interval. Everything to play for at 2 apiece.
So a piece between Stephen Hendry and Ken Doherty. So let's now return to Sheffield and join our commentators. They are Dennis Taylor and John Spencer.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome back Ken Doherty and Stephen Hendry.
And the crowd
Ladies and gentlemen,
getting a little bit excited, quite rightly too.
Ken Doherty to break.
Good, it'll all settle down again. Ken just having a little joke with the crowd. Little bit of blarney there. Very generous round of applause for that excellent pot. I think he's just gone a little bit too far.
8.
Just played for the red at the back of the bunch, but out of position.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
Well, rather a risky plant played by Stephen there. And certainly a chance now for Ken.
One.
Well, that double kiss on the yellow hasn't done him any harm. There is a red at the back of the pack here. We're going to the left corner.
Ken Doherty, 5.
Well, I think Ken was just concentrating more on the cue ball there. And Stephen was on his way back to his seat. As soon as he played that shot, he knew he'd missed it by a long way.
Well, this looks dangerous. And just held it there, fraction thinner, and he would have left his red to the right corner.
Well, Ken didn't want to risk going down the table, didn't want to leave that red that's on for the right corner, but I think Stephen will take the cue ball back down to the baulk area and be hoping to get behind the green and brown.
And looks as though he's left Stephen a shot to nothing here.
One. Foul.
Well,
Stephen Hendry 1, Ken Doherty 4.
bad miss, but a little smile from Stephen there. He knows he was rather fortunate that the cue ball ended up in the pocket. This is much more difficult now for Ken. Still has a red he can take on to the right corner.
One.
Yes, and important, I think, that Ken does make this pay. Both had a couple of chances, but not scored off them.
Five. Six.
Although the 7 reds behind the pink are loosely packed, they're all blocking each other out, so he'll have to play for the one that's nearest the pocket here. It's obviously very tight, whether the pink will spot or not.
12.
It won't, so it's on the highest spot available.
Yes, and this has got to be a great chance now for Ken. But all those seven reds are all blocking each other. You only need to move a couple and they'll all be potable.
$18. 19. 25. $26. $32. $33.
Yes, and the fact that the pink spot is covered with those two reds is helping Ken here.
$40.
But now I think he's going to have to play from the pink to move those two reds to hold for the other one.
$47. Sorry, 46.
Yes, 46. Referee Alan Chamberlain just correcting himself there.
$47.
So he needs the black and another red to put the frame safe. He's a real gutsy performer, Ken Doherty. Very talented player. And it will be a great confidence booster to be leading 3 frames to 2 with your opponent making 2 century breaks. 54. You can't do much better than that.
$55.
Yes, and now we'll be coming through for the pink to try and get an angle on the pink to split the two reds near
62.
the cushion.
63.
Frame already over, of course, but the bigger the break, the more he keeps Stephen in his seat.
69. Ken Doherty 69 and the frame.
So Stephen Hendry concedes. Ken Doherty takes the first frame after the mid-session interval. He's into the lead, 3 frames to 2. Now these two players have had some fantastic battles down the years. One of the finest I've ever seen was in the 1994 UK final. And Ken Doherty was trailing 6 frames to 5, and Stephen Hendry had made 5 century breaks. In fact, he did go on to make 7 century breaks in the 10 frames that he needed to win that final, eventually defeating Ken 10 frames to 5. But one of the finest sessions of snooker I've ever seen, and may not be equalled again. But he's got his hands full this afternoon, John.
Yes, Ken's a complete natural, and I think the thing that he's got to overcome here is the pressure, and he certainly seems to have done that. Playing very, very fluently, And as you say, 2 centuries by Stephen, and Ken's 3-2 up, so you've got to be delighted.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The 6th frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
And immediately Stephen, looking at the long difficult red, well, change of mind, quite wisely I think.
Yes, nothing to gain if he potted that red with the black tied up, the pink tied up. But I'm sure Ken will be taking it on.
Well, that was a bad misjudgment by Stephen. He was attempting to get round the angles towards the yellow, green and brown, but he may find himself in the position that he should have left Ken.
This looks better. There shouldn't be any problem. Round the back of the black, a big pack of reds to aim at.
Touching ball. One.
Well, a great effort by Stephen, but
6.
No good taking this pot on.
Stephen Hendry, 6.
Well, he seemed to rush that one a little bit, Ken. He should have given it a little bit more thought. He misjudged the angle.
One.
And there is a red at the back of the bunch of reds that's available, and I think he might have an angle on the black to get to that one. And the next shot will open some more reds up.
8.
And he should finish on the black. The pink's also available there.
9. 16. 17. 23. 24.
Well, can't see from this angle whether that left-hand red will go into this right-hand corner, but if it won't, Stephen have the angle to split them. Obviously it will. And left a nice angle when potting this red
31.
to bring some more reds into play. Yes, and that could have gone a lot better for Stephen. Decision time now. Does he take on the blue or pink, or get Ken down behind the yellow, green and brown?
$37. Stephen Hendry, 37.
Well, another surprising choice of shot there. Stephen obviously thought there was a plant, the two reds, and played the third one onto them. Very difficult shot to attempt.
Well, I think Ken must have been blowing there to out that one into the pocket, but he's having the cue ball clean, so maybe he got a slightly bad contact, but it's worked out perfectly for him. He's on the black. But he's a little bit short of pace with that. That was a little bit careless there.
Nine.
But that's got them back into perfect position now.
16. 17.
Yes, you would certainly expect Ken to be in front at the end of this break, but whether he can win it at this visit with those two reds on either side cushion, got a lot of work to do.
23. 24. 31. 32.
We're just studying here. I think he may even be thinking of bringing one of those reds out near the left cushion. Well, hasn't done and finished.
39.
Little twixt in between.
The red near the left centre pocket is available. And I think if he can get through to the green, I will take him towards that.
Green ball.
He was obviously straight on the green, but still no problem.
Ken Doherty, 43.
Yes, he could have done with an angle on the green to get nearer to that red, but still should have knocked it in.
Well, overrun. Right. Well, I'm surprised Stephen took that red on, that black on. I thought we might have seen him put Ken in trouble on the ball cushion. Needs another very good pot now.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
Yes, and that was caused, I think, by the wrong choice of shot on that black. Chance for Ken now. Yes, and that kiss on the pink looks absolutely perfect. Just stun the brown in, red into the same pocket.
Looks as if the pink will pass the brown, so that will open the brown up. And he's got them exactly where he wants now, all the colours on their spots.
12.
He's only going to need yellow, green, brown and blue, and Stephen knows he's going to go 2 behind.
14. 17. 21. 32 and the frame.
Yes, that's an excellent clearance from Ken Doherty. He'll be delighted. Both players just leaving the arena briefly. But it's Ken Doherty who takes a 2 frames lead. Now leads 4 frames to 2. And, well, the interval certainly worked in Ken Doherty's favour. Stephen, as we mentioned, making those 2 century breaks, and that's the only 2 frames that he's won. So Ken Doherty now knows that there's no way he can be behind after this session. And they've played each other, as you can see, 12 times, and it's 6 each. So that's a big help in Ken Doherty's favour, because I think, John, throughout the 80s, players were frightened of playing Steve Davis when he was dominating the game. The same can be said for Stephen Hendry, but the fact that Ken has got those 6 wins against him is to his advantage.
Yes, I don't think there's any doubt at all about that. And I think the other thing that's obviously playing on Stephen's mind, although he doesn't admit it, is this 7th championship. You know, it's a big thing to win this 7 times after Steve Davis and Ray Reardon. But what did surprise me there, Stephen seemed to be getting very anxious. He took that black on, which to me was completely, you know, the wrong shot. And then he had to bring the other 2 safe reds into play.
Yes, and just looking briefly as we were there at that magnificent trophy, it's quite an exclusive club when you think the World Championships has been going for something like 50 odd years. There's roughly about 13 or 14 names on that trophy, so every player's ambition when they turn professional is to finish up with their name on that beautiful piece of silver.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 7, Ken Doherty to break.
So the Crucible crowd settled down again. And it's Ken Doherty's turn to break off. That's an excellent pot from Stephen Hendry, and it's a bonus to have pushed a red near the left corner pocket, but he would prefer to get onto the one that's on the black spot. It's the one he played for. He's a little bit short, but it's just the problem here is if he takes red and black, the black will be going up onto the yellow spot.
Yes, and Stephen already obviously thought about that. And this time a perfect angle on the brown to come down for that red.
Yes, he just hadn't quite got the correct angle there.
Stephen Hendry, 11.
good shot, but no problem for Ken. May have to come off a couple of cushions and just nestle into the reds. Got to be careful not to leave the one at the back or just knock it into a potable position.
Touching ball.
Well, this one may be worth the risk. Red into the left corner. He would be nicely on the black if he pots it. Black's in a very awkward position for the safety return from the left side of the reds. He's got to be careful not to catch that on the way back down.
Yes, and this bout of safety play may come in Stephen's favour.
Yes, at the moment, Stephen's under, or seems to be under, quite a lot of pressure, and it's all caused by Ken Doherty, who's going along very nicely here.
One.
There's no real value in taking the blue on. There's no red available, so in behind the yellow.
Ken Doherty, 1.
Well, that bump on the middle pocket, giving Ken another chance. Any colour will do off this red, and the yellow near the pocket there.
One. An extended rest, or can you reach? 8. 9. 16. 17.
'And this red will open up the other 3 into the right
24.
corner.
I think he's straight enough on that one that you mentioned, John. He doesn't want to cannon into the reds, but yes, and he just hasn't quite got the angle. He'd be cannoning into the other red there, so taking the one nearest the pocket.
25.
'Yes, the trouble with that shot, of course, is the pink's going to tie those 4 reds up when it's respotted.
$31.
Yes, and if
32.
he judges the cannon correctly here when potting the pink, he will open those 4 reds up. And now Ken Doherty has got them exactly where he wants them.
38. 39.
Yes, and as you said, psychologically, very important when you know that you're coming into the evening session at least 2 frames in front.
Seen it all before, Stephen Hendry. Looks fairly calm and collected there, but I'm sure he's starting to get a little bit worried.
$46. 52.
So he needs a red, colour red, to leave Stephen in trouble again.
$53. 59.
59.
Ken Doherty, 59.
Yes, and a little fortunate that red not gone over the middle, but I'm sure we'll see Stephen take this in to the green pocket. And if he can knock this in, who knows?
Well, there's no easy safety shot on for Stephen Hendry, so he may be forced into having a go at this very difficult pot, and he'll have to play it with a lot of pace to get back up for pink or black.
Well, Ken just looking at this red into the centre, but there's no gimme. In fact, I think I would be putting the white down behind the black.
Well, that's a great shot.
And that virtually seals this frame.
Ken Doherty, 9, and the frame. Sorry. No, one to come.
In fact, Stephen Hendry thought that this was the last frame of the session, but there's another one to go, so he does concede. Ken Doherty goes into a 3-frame lead. Looks very relaxed there, doesn't he? He leads 5 frames to 2. And when you think that coming into this Embassy World Championships, Ken didn't have the best of preparation. He lost in the British Open 5-3 in round 1 to Michael Judge, another Republic of Ireland player. And in the Irish Masters just before that, lost 6-1 to Steve Davis. But all that's in the past, and he has played some of the best snooker here over the last 16 days. And he's looked very relaxed throughout the tournament, backstage, in a very jovial mood. And he's certainly enjoying this final, John.
Yes, and 5-2 is a good lead to have, but of course, this is a long match. And Stephen Hendry wouldn't have won 6 world titles if they hadn't have been best of 35 frames. I think it was 8 frames behind, was it, with Jimmy White, and came through and won, so there's a long way to go. This man has a lot of fighting quality left in him.
This is the final frame of this session. Stephen Hendry to break.
Yes, it's amazing there. Stephen thought that they were playing 7 frames in this session, but it is in fact 3 sessions of 8 frames with a possibility of 11 frames in the final session.
Now this could be the important part for Stephen. If he could knock a sizable break in, it would do his confidence a world of good before tonight's session.
3. 4.
And straight away, Stephen wanting to bring that black into play. He'll be able to just nudge the other red. But he'll have to go for the blue this time.
11. 12. 17. 18.
'Well, looking at the blue, but he has a straight yellow. He could screw back this red to the left of the black.
Yes, it's one of those where Stephen likes to cannon straight into the pink when potting it. And if the pink covers that red, that's very unfortunate.
23.
There was a red available into the left corner, but the pink has blocked it out. Maybe one of the two to the right of that is still available.
Yes, and this time the black's going to play.
It's 31. 32. 38. 39.
'And this red now will open up the black into both corners.
46.
And of course, this is why
47.
he is world champion. Seems to be able to turn it on at the right time.
It's been a good afternoon's work for Ken Doherty.
55.
It's amazing. This has been the most relaxed that Stephen has looked this afternoon. 5-2 behind, responding the way he knows how.
Yes, and doesn't need any of those 5 reds. This black would be sufficient.
But I think he'll want to finish this session with a possible clearance.
71.
Little cannon onto the second of the 2 reds there. Well, the other one was available, so no problem. But if he does go on to compile a century break, and he looks favourite to do that, it's an amazing session of snooker. 3 century breaks, and you're trailing 5-3.
Yes, but as I said earlier, this is just what Stephen wanted.
84.
Certainly give him a lot more confidence
85.
for tonight's session.
92. 93. 101. 108. 110.
He had a break of 117 in the second frame.
113.
106 in the third.
117. 122.
'Well, he wasn't too bothered about missing the pink. Smiles all around. That was a magnificent 122 break. The crowd at the Crucible have certainly enjoyed it. Stephen Hendry, 3 century breaks, but Ken Doherty leads 5 frames to 3.
And we'll have further coverage of the final here on BBC Two. That's live coverage beginning at 7:25.
Absolutely sure. Well, we're early into this final, but
Stephen Hendry.
There are signs that Stephen Hendry isn't quite as comfortable as he normally is in this arena. Don't expect him to miss shots like that to win a frame.
Yes, 2 unexpected shots there. Of course, Ken can only tie with the pink and black.
And the applause is because this shot has put Ken in quite a quandary. He can hit the pink direct, may go in off it, and if he comes off the cushion, almost certainly the pink will stay where it is and leave his opponent a chance. So needs a bit of luck here.
Yes, you won't see a much better shot than that. was again very close. So pink and black to tie.
Try number 3 then to take this frame. Great cheers from the crowd for what they perceive as the underdog.
Six.
Nerve-wracking 5 minutes for Ken, but he's managed to tie the frame. Referee will respot the black. Toss of the coin, and Stephen Hendry has had 3 chances to win this frame already. Will he get another one?
Tail is ahead, sir. You've won the toss.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised if Ken's won the toss. Put your opponent in.
Looks like it might be a double. No, just trying to push the black on the side cushion. And this is a vital frame now because both players have had 2 or 3 chances to win it.
What a great way to win a frame on a re-spotted black. A wonderful double from Ken Doherty. Puts him 3 frames in front at 7-4. Well, well, well. What is it? Frame 11 here, live on this Sunday night, day 16. And what a frame that was. Tremendous recovery by Ken Doherty. A respot black, and he gets it. 7-4. John Virgo's with me. That was some frame, John.
Well, it was a big frame for Ken Doherty because he'd had a couple of chances to win it. And obviously, Stephen played what they do play a containing safety now on the black ball game. And then to double it, I mean, that would be a real sickener for Stephen, particularly as he's had 3 chances at the pink to win the frame.
There's one particular shot by Ken Doherty on the pink when Hendry put him in a very difficult position. If you ever need hand and eye coordination, I mean, he's got hardly anything to aim for, and there was a danger with the shot in any case.
Well, I think this was one of the best shots we've seen in the tournament. As Ray Edmonds said, if he hits it just too thick, he goes in off. He couldn't hit it from behind because it had just stayed there. It had kissed the black and been easy for Stephen. And as it turned out, that gave him a chance to win the respot black.
Yeah, took pink and black, respot. Oh my goodness, 7-4. I'm just wondering what, because you're a betting expert, this is what William Hills are saying about the betting at the moment on the final. There's a change in the odds. Go on, John, interpret that for us.
Well, what's happened, of course, Stephen Hendry, everybody thought was a hot favourite, 7-2 on. Ken Doherty 5-2, but after that first session, Ken winning 5-3. And although Stephen made 3 century breaks, he didn't look comfortable once again on the long shots. He looks comfortable when he gets in, so obviously now they've shortened Ken to 13-8, and Stephen's gone out a little bit to 9-4 on.
Well, they both went out after that, as you can hear. They're both back. Who would blame them? That's what it's all about. A famous trophy, and not many names on that with the great runs of Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry.
The 12th frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
Last one before the first interval of the night, and then another 4.
No more shouting out now, please.
Somebody else had nipped that as well and just back in to settle down. Oh, the tension. Can you bear it? You will today, tonight and tomorrow. This is a good final. 7-4. Doherty leads Stephen Hendry. Ray, are you surviving in there?
Well, with difficulty, David. I just have the feeling that maybe Stephen Hendry, who appeared in the final of the UK and in every tournament since, he's been to the quarter-final or further, is maybe feeling the mental strain of a long season. Time will tell. We've seen him come back from a lot worse positions than this in the World Championship, but he looks a little bit jaded. But still early days.
Don't think so. Well, this time I can't see any simple path back down this left-hand side of the table for Stephen. Ken obviously can't see a path either, so perhaps looking to leave the cue ball in this right-hand corner. Well, it may have drifted a little. It's come away and it's left a chance for Stephen.
One. Six. Seven. Thirteen. $14. $20.
Yes, could play for the black here, but I think we'll see him play for the pink. Doesn't
21.
want to pot the black yet with that red just above the spot.
27. $28. Stephen Hendry, 28.
Well, there was no difficulty in that one. Perfectly straightforward pot, sure to be on the red. So another unexpected miss from the world champion.
Yes, and of course Ken could play for the black if he wishes here. Well, I'm surprised he didn't.
1.
The black would have gone on the pink spot.
Well, I think he can just get by to the edge of the pink.
$7.
And having a good look at this red, the right one of those three, it will go into the corner pocket, but it's whether he can get past that first red.
$8.
Well played for this red
12.
into the centre pocket, but finished nicely on it into the left-hand black pocket.
$30. $15. $16.
Not sure whether any of those three reds will go to the left corner. Those to the left of the black.
$22. $23.
Yes, and this is the big shot now. No problem putting the black, but need to develop one of those three reds. And he may be a little too straight. So he's looking at the red into the left centre. Well, it's a deep screw off the side cushion, hopefully for the red into the same pocket, and that is a great shot. Certain the black won't spot. So the black goes on the blue spot.
30.
Super shot this, because it needed hitting perfectly and timed so well, and just the right pace.
$31.
A second of those two reds to the right will go to the corner.
38. Ken Doherty, 38.
Well, it's not a problem for Stephen not to leave a chance, but he's sorely tempted to take this red past the blue. No margin of error whatsoever. And just at the moment, he seems just a little bit suspect when there's a bit of pressure on the pot. Things not going quite right.
Yes, I think it was probably the right shot to play. If he got it, it was nicely on the black, could split the two reds, and it was a frame-winning chance. And this isn't simple for Ken.
One. Five. Six.
Well, can't see whether that left-hand red will go into the corner pocket, but Ken has got an angle to split the two reds if he wishes.
Eight.
So many times do we say this game is ruled by fractions, and Ken was a fraction from being near perfect.
Ken Doherty,
But
8.
it's a useful 18-point lead. Well, Ken's got a chance here. Stephen's left him an easy get out to get the cue ball down on the baulk cushion, and as long as he doesn't leave a red, he'll be in the driving position.
Yes, well, he has left Stephen a shot to nothing, I think, but happy with a good safety. And you have to say, with the blue against the cushion there, Kenny's favourite being 18 points in front, because Stephen's going to need up to and including the pink.
One. Stephen Hendry, 1.
Well, this time Stephen's been a little fortunate. I'm sure Ken is relieved enough that Stephen missed the brown. Don't know whether he can drop the white behind the brown.
Couldn't see a safety shot, so as we've seen so often, he's potted himself out of trouble. But he's still got a lot to do.
5.
Yes, but getting on the brown, I think he's done half of it, getting the brown back down that end of the table. But still going to have
7.
that shot, blue to pink.
Well, he's got an angle to nudge it out, but wouldn't be absolutely sure where it would finish. And this a tricky shot when things haven't been going well.
Stephen Hendry, 14.
Well, that's not a bad shot from Ken. Both players now require 2 balls.
It's a wry smile. Great putt on the blue, but now wanting another good shot on the pink for a 4-frame lead. And I wouldn't be absolutely sure, but I don't think Stephen's been 4 frames behind at this early stage of a final before, not of the World Championship.
Yes, and I'm not sure which pocket Ken's going to take this into. Looks like it's the centre.
Ken Doherty, 5.
Well, another chance. And
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I do believe Ken Doherty believes that he can win this World Championship. And he'll not be afraid if he's in front. He'll not be looking over his shoulder. So this pink, great chance to go 4 clear. In it goes. So the mid-session interval. Ken Doherty, having won 3 of tonight's 4 frames, has a 4-frame gap at 8-4.
Well, what a session we're having here this evening. As they said, they're just going to their first interval. Naturally, we stay here throughout, and we'll be back with the play for the other 4 frames of this session here on this Sunday night, day 1 of the 2-day final of the Embassy Championship of the World. A lot to enjoy already tonight. And John Virgo and I were, well, obviously watching that frame, another good one. But I think we were still talking about the frame previously.
Yeah,
when we ended up the respot. I mean, Ken had the pot pink and black to tie. Hendry lost the toss. Ken put him in. What about this one, John?
Well, there's 2 ways. We saw Darren Morgan earlier in the tournament against Ronnie O'Sullivan, played a double on that, but Stevens played this containing safety, and I was saying, when we were saying, you know, Ken could play the double here in the left corner. As long, you know, and if you noticed, okay, he got the double. If you look where the cue ball finished, it'd have been safe anyway, and that was the option because the cue ball is not tight under the cushion. If it had been, it'd have been a bit more difficult for Ken. So he's playing the double, but if you watch where the cue ball finishes, it was a control shot, and of course the cue ball's at the other end of the table, and it'd have been safe. But where that is thrown like, that was the first frame, I think, that Ken Doherty, the last frame, was where he's looked relaxed. And I think winning that respotted black has just given him a little boost in confidence, because although he's been in front, he has been missing 1 or 2 easy shots, which he can't do with Stephen, even though he's not 100%. And I just thought some of his choice of shot in that last frame, Ken, that he's got the confidence which could carry him all the way.
Well, in fact, we were talking about the odds before, and I've just heard that the bookmakers at that interval have made them both 6-5 on for the title now.
Well, I think that's right, and obviously there's a lot of people from Dublin who are ringing up and getting on Ken Doherty.
Phones are probably busy.
Yeah, absolutely.
OK, John, as I said, 4 more coming up, but they've got their interval. We're going to entertain you throughout this interval, I'm quite sure. And, of course, when you get a final here at the World Championship, people come in from all over the place, and one of the busiest places is the Players' Bar and their supporters, and down there is Dougie Donnelly.
You found me in the bar again, David. Actually, with me is the one man who can't lose this final. That's Ian Doyle, because he's in the wonderful position of managing both players. Ian, that's terrific for you, obviously, but does it also bring 1 or 2 practical difficulties in how you speak to them?
Well, I think the thing is, Dougie, you've got to leave them to their own devices at this stage, you know, and there's nothing you can say to them, because at the end of the day, somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose, and it's tough when you get this far and lose the championship. But I have to say that Stephen to me didn't seem right at the British Open, doesn't seem right here. I don't think Ken's played his best snooker in the final so far, and I think if he does step up a gear, I think truthfully this could finish a session early.
You really feel that Ken Doherty is that much of a favourite at this stage?
Kenny's played the best snooker of the championship without any shadow of a doubt, and I think he's win over Steve Davis, because Steve came here and Steve believed that he could really win it. And I think his demolition job as Steve was just absolutely fantastic. But you know full well that Doherty's learning about all sorts of things, muesli, cornflakes, the sun shines 7:30 in the morning, so it's a new life for him, and he's just done fantastic.
Yeah, fascinating fan. I know you want to get off and see the 2 players, Ian. Thanks for talking to us for the moment, and from the Players' Bar, back to David.
Thank you, Dougie. Just an orange juice for you. You'll have a lot of work to do tonight, and that canny Scot Ian Doyle. Well, this 21st Embassy World Championship in this famous Sheffield Theatre, I think you'll agree it's given us a tremendous anniversary celebration here so far. Let's just look at the scores, a collection of last frame matches, upsets, and, of course, a new record. Where swords were first drawn 16 days ago, the Battle of the Crucible began. Stirling Castle, Scotland, overlooks some of the most famous battlefields in Scottish history, including the one on which William Wallace defeated the English back in 1297. 7 centuries later, Stirling is the home of the modern-day Scottish braveheart, Stephen Hendry. Hendry, unbeaten at the Crucible since 1991, is aiming for his 7th snooker world title.
Obviously, it's a big year this year, but you know, I'm not going to sweat blood, you know, trying to do it this year. I will win a 7th world title, whether it's this year or next year or the year after. You know, I will do it. It's just a question of when.
Well, waiting in the wings was his first opponent, Andy Hicks, a semi-finalist 2 years ago and billed as a potential giant killer. But Hicks failed to live up to his reputation. Hendry wasn't at his best, but his best was good enough.
Champion gets up to a good start in '97.
Well, Hendry now had almost a week off, but when the press asked him how he'd spend it, he gave them a good answer.
I really don't think it's any of your concern.
Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be a...
Peter Ebdon may have been in good voice before the championship started, but he definitely wasn't in good form. Last year's runner-up was the first of the big names to fall, thrashed 10-3 by the world number 51, Stefan Mazrosis, dubbed the laughing Latvian from Leicester.
Well, there's free beer back there, so... I've no idea what I had. I mean, I'm only having halves, a couple of halves. Well, I know that's... They're halves where I come from.
Well, this year, Terry Griffiths emerged from behind the famous red curtains for the last time. It was his 19th appearance at the Crucible. He'd been involved in plenty of cliffhangers before. Now he was involved in another one against the new Welsh #1 Mark Williams. Williams was 9-7 down before he got going. In the deciding frame, he needed pink and black for victory.
Oh, what a great
Yes, you won't see many better shots than that. Tremendous amount of top and left-hand side.
And Mark Williams pulls it off after all. This new torchbearer for Welsh snooker has come from 2 down with 3 to play to beat one of the great old masters, Terry Griffiths, by 10 frames to 9.
I remember Reardon telling me once that when you get a bit older, the butterflies get a bit bigger in your stomach. I never forgot that, and Jesus, they were big today, especially at the end.
Well, Question of Sport captain John Parrott started his 14th campaign at the Crucible, his wit as sharp as ever.
I've been on the wrong end of his sharp tongue a couple of times, but if you dish out, as I say, you've got to take it. And he takes it in the chin as well, which is big enough.
All three of them. All 3 of them are big enough. But his killing wasn't quite as good as the wit. World number 199 Bradley Jones pushed him all the way. It looked like another upset on the cards as yet another first-round match went to the final frame.
No smiles from John Parrott at this stage.
Yes, and if he pots this, he should be on the blank. Well, he won't get much closer. And of course, John doesn't require the black, just the pink. So he's got to have a go at this.
And Bradley couldn't believe that. It's been a great match. John Parrott raises his fist. What a fantastic performance from both players. You've got to feel sorry for young Bradley Jones, but John Parrott pulled it out when it was required.
Never in doubt, really, was it?
Jimmy White came to Sheffield after the worst season of his career. But relaxed and happy, he took in a movie and reflected on his chances.
I've come here to win the tournament, and I'm hitting the ball well enough to win the tournament. It's the most confident I've been. I have actually been to World Championships before with tournament wins behind me and not felt as good as I am now. So, you know, hopefully I can stay in this mood.
White was playing the highly rated Anthony Hamilton from Nottingham. For Jimmy, there was more than just a place in the second round at stake. He was about to drop out of the elite top 16 for the first time since he was a teenager. For a while, Jimmy looked like his old self. He produced some vintage white.
Well, look at the key power there. What a shot that was.
But Anthony Hamilton was just too good for him, winning 10-9. The whirlwind was out of the championship and out of the top 16. Next season, he has to qualify for all the major tournaments.
I still love the game, so I'm not... There's no sort of panic stations. It's just a bit... it cuts my holiday short, I think. I've got to go to... Wherever I've got to go to? Blackpool?
Plymouth.
Plymouth?
Yeah.
You're kidding, isn't you?
No. 10 kids on the chair.
It's just as bad, yeah, getting blown away.
Well, the 95 runner-up at the Crucible, Nigel Bond, had more important things on his mind than just snooker. His wife had given birth to their second son, Daniel. Interrupted nights took their toll on Nigel. He fell victim to yet another giant killer, Stephen Lee, world 31 from Trowbridge. Lee was the winner, 10 frames to 8. It was all smiles at the start of Tony Drago's match against another Crucible newcomer, Dominic Dale. This one looked like going with a phone book until the unthinkable happened.
Amazing.
Drago, 27.
That was match ball.
Quiet, please.
The emotional Drago never recovered from that. The world number 87 had toppled the world number 15. The score 10-9, the 6th final frame decider of round 1. And then a rather mellow Ronnie O'Sullivan. It's Monday, April 21st. maximum break that is. Ronnie O'Sullivan's delighted, the crowd's delighted, John Virgo, and I'm delighted. 5 minutes for one unbelievable maximum break. £5 minutes and 20 seconds of history, a cool £165,000, 30,000 a minute.
I've got a cheap lifestyle. I buy a car every year and that's about it. I bought an house, that's paid for. I'm going to buy my mum's and my dad's for them. You know what I mean? And as soon as I've done all that for them, because they've had problems, so I'm just going to make sure they're all sweet. And then, you know what I mean, she can have that pays her mortgage off. She ain't got to do a tap for the rest of her life. Just earn her spending money, go out and she can enjoy her. You know what I mean? I'm looking like that for them, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Money don't mean nothing to me.
Well, Ronnie's second round match was against the underrated Welshman Darren Morgan, who was producing his best ever form at the Crucible. Morgan ahead 11-10 and frame 22 hinged on a respotted black. O'Sullivan won the toss. He put Morgan in.
Looks at Darren, he's trying the double.
He sure is, and it's close. It's in.
Look at Darren Morgan.
Do you think he was pleased or not?
12-10 to Morgan became 12-all before Morgan clinched the biggest win of his career. It was delight for Darren and despair for Ronnie's fans. Their 147 man had gone.
I was just digging so deep and trying to, you know what I mean, push myself. But even in the last round, I didn't even feel no butterflies or nerves because I just wasn't. I just didn't think,
Okay, this is what we're going to do. It's a 147 Crucible curry, haggis curry, being Scottish.
Well, Alan McManus relaxes away from the table with a bit of cooking. We'll never know if he overdid the curry powder, but he was another underachiever at the Crucible in 1997. McManus fell to another new boy, Lee Walker, who'd already beaten two former world champions, Joe Johnson and Dennis Taylor, in the qualifying rounds. His victory over McManus guaranteed him the biggest paycheck of his life, £31,500. Just a little bit better than last year.
Well, I don't know where they got 275 quid from, because I didn't earn that much.
Now we discover what Stephen Hendry was up to during his week off, either feeding the ducks at his hotel or on the practice table, morning, afternoon and night. His second round opponent, Mark Williams.
Wake me up about 4, I got a practice time.
Williams, in his first year at the Crucible, was level with Hendry 8-all after the first two sessions. But then Hendry ran away with it, 13-8.
Never mind, that's life.
Holy alone.
Steve Davis seemed to be just having fun here. He'd come through his first rounder, no trouble at all, beating Dave McClellan 10-2. But then he ran into Ken Doherty. The mood changed.
This has been a magnificent display by this Irishman. To beat Steve Davis, 13-3, deserved the applause from the crowd. Steve as well applause. A wonderful, wonderful win for Ken Doherty.
Right. So the quarter-final lineup for this year's World Championship turned out to be a six-nation affair. Scotland's Stephen Hendry, the 6 times winner, against Darren Morgan of Wales, 94 semi-finalist. James Watana of Thailand against England's John Parrott, the champion in 1991. Canada's Elaine Robidoux against yet another Welshman, Lee Walker, who'd been knocking out big names. And finally, Ken Doherty of Ireland against the world #2, John Higgins of Scotland. Still resting at the hotel, Stephen Hendry finally confessed all to Dougie Donnelly.
What do you do? I mean, I hear you've been out sort of drinking champagne around the Sheffield nightclubs, that sort of thing.
That's it. That's the way I pass my time. And it's you know, you get up at sort of 2, 3 with a massive hangover, practice for a couple of hours, and back out again all night. So it's
yeah, seems to work, doesn't it?
And as usual, the magic formula worked against Darren Morgan, but only just. Morgan pushed him all the way before Hendry recorded his 28th consecutive win at the Crucible. John Parrott, meanwhile, could only sit and watch as his World Championship hopes disappeared against a rejuvenated James Watanabe of Thailand.
Watanabe strokes in the black for victory. A great clearance of the last few fellas.
He's playing very well, but it was really frustrating game today. I just, you know, I couldn't get little bits of rub I needed just to finish frames off. And you know, we all know it's quite a bit of luck involved in going into the pack and things, and it just never happened.
I've had some bad luck for the past 2 years. I haven't said anything, you know, so.
Once again, John Higgins left Sheffield empty-handed, becoming Ken Doherty's latest victim. Ken at last receiving the recognition he deserves.
Oh, there's a paddy in the reel. Ah, we have one at last. It's about time. I have to listen to all these Brits during the week.
Lee Walker was still enjoying his Crucible experience, but he finally bowed out to Elaine Robidoux, a first-round loser in 4 of his 6 previous visits to Sheffield. Robidoux so close to the biggest final of all, but his semi-final opponent, Ken Doherty, was simply too good for him.
Great shot. This young Irishman has finished extremely strongly. And another 70 break, the 3rd in the last 4 frames, takes him into the final.
First session, I think we had a good laugh. Second session, he laughed, I didn't.
I spoke to my mother today. She's like, as the tournament goes on, our blood pressure is getting higher and higher, you know. I think she'll have to check into the nearest hospital, you know. And as regards the rest of them, they've been on the booze for the whole week, so they'll have to check into a Betty Ford clinic or something, you know.
In the other semi-final, Stephen Hendry took on Thailand's national hero, James Watanabe. Watanabe did well, Hendry just better.
The blue was just available to the left corner, and Hendry needs only pink in addition. 11. Watanabe made a tremendous fight of it. But it's Stephen Hendry who wins this semi-final by 17 frames to 13.
I was given chances, and you know, today I took them. You know, yesterday I didn't play too well, but today I took them, and that's what you've got to do at any level, whoever you play. So if I do the same over the next couple of days, the result should be good. If I don't, the result will be bad.
And no result until tomorrow in the 97 final between the Scot and the Dubliner. John Virgo, I said after about 9 or 10 days, I think this has been the best championship, and I've been to all 21 like you have, that I've seen here in the Crucible.
Yeah, well, we're getting some new faces coming along. Mark Williams in particular excites me, excites the people who watch him. It was great to see Terry Griffiths bow out in a tremendous match with young Mark. And yeah, there was some close finishes. Lee Walker coming through. Bradley Jones, what a match that was, you know. It's
Ronnie's 147.
Ronnie's 147. You know, it's just been a great championship, and it's just nice to see the young players coming through.
Of course, there could well be another one with these two playing, I tell you. And a lot of people have been running in. Of course, they've got to share the pot then. Ronnie's got it at the moment, but he'd have to give half away if somebody else gets another 147.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I suppose Ronnie's at home, not biting his fingernails, but hoping that nobody gets the black with the first red.
Counting his money. But these two have come through, as I said, on merit. Stephen Hendry and Ken Doherty. And I was impressed with what was happening backstage here before they came out to start here tonight. And of course, it was Ken was 5-3 up after that session. I think John Higgins has tried more cues than most people. That's not a new one he's trying out.
Well, it just shows how relaxed Ken is, and I think that's the key. I mean, he's just so pleased to be in the final, and he's really enjoying it. See what you can get away with when you're a snooker player. But really enjoying it.
Stephen Hendry was, oh, look at that.
Well, that's someone who's been here before, you know, and I think that's the difference. Ken's really looking forward to it and enjoying it, and Stephen, I don't know, you can say he's not motivated, but I think he needs a bit of motivation.
Well, 8-4 down, as we've seen. They've been in their dressing rooms and they've just knocked on the doors. They've made the walk down the corridor, and they're ready to come back out another 4 frames here tonight, and Alan Hughes will bring them on.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome back Ken Doherty and Stephen Hendry.
A boisterous crowd. There's Alan Chamberlain, who's refereeing his first ever Embassy World Final.
Thank you then, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Frame 13. Ken Doherty to break.
Just a little smile on the Dubliner face, the man with a chance of becoming only the 2nd overseas player ever to lift this famous trophy here. Cliff Thorburn did it in 1980. So, here we go then. Hope you've enjoyed it so far, all the way to the finish here. And we are joined by Dennis Taylor and Clive Everton. Good shot to start with Clive.
A crucial 4 frames for Stephen Hendry. He's got to dig deep into his mental reserves to win, I would say, 3 of the remaining 4 frames to limit his overnight deficit to 2. If Ken Doherty can pull further away, then the odds will be very much on him becoming the first world champion from the Republic of Ireland in the event's 70-year history.
That's an excellent safety shot from Stephen Hendry. It was always going to be difficult for Ken. There was a red available in the right corner. There's 2 available now.
Hendry's long potting has been poor by his standards.
One. Six.
Just a little bit too far with the cue ball. Just depends whether he can get enough screw onto this shot. He might be able to cannon into the reds and pink. He could develop the pink and even possibly come back for the blue off this. That's a little bit unlucky, but the black is available.
Yeah, it's not a certainty, the black though, from there. But with a red in baulk, I think he has to take it.
$14. Ken Doherty, 14.
Overcutting the red at relatively close range. Doherty mustn't get over anxious to increase his promising lead.
One.
Well, that red just struggled its way into the pocket, and Stephen's left with a very difficult black into the right centre pocket. And with the red over the left corner pocket, he may have to take the black on. If he plays the brown, he's going to have to make sure he covers this red.
Stephen Hendry, 1.
Well, there you can see full ball snooker behind the blue.
That leaves Doherty with the same problem. So what is the evidence from camera 3 this time?
Put you under a bit of pressure, didn't they? Keep you on your toes, that word.
1.
Well, that's a very poor positional shot from Stephen. No intention of cannoning onto the brown there. And it's a battle with his mind at the moment.
Stephen Hendry, 3.
Hendry's got to guard against irritability as well. He's making mistakes he doesn't normally make. He mustn't get irritable with himself, because that will only make things worse.
Ken not capitalizing on Stephen's error, but it looks as if he might have got away with it, although it looks as if he can just get through to this one. has he gone far enough for the cue ball?
8. Nine. Stephen Hendry, 9.
The sure sign that a player's concentration is starting to go, and that his mental resources have been eroded. Missing easy shots.
One. Seven. Sorry? Yeah.
And this is a great test of Ken Doherty's concentration, because when your opponent is missing, it's so easy for you to get into the same sort of mode, but he's got to capitalise and keep 100% concentration. The biggest match of his life, this.
Eight. $50. $16.
He was intending to play blue next, and still may, but he didn't intend to leave quite such a thin cut.
Yes, I think the red's behind the pink. One of them may be available into the left centre pocket. I don't think they're available into the right corner. Just got enough room
21.
to get through to this red, to the right corner.
$22.
He's coming around to have another look to see if one of them's available into that right corner.
$26.
We're staying between frames then, I take it.
$27.
All this made possible by Hendry missing a black off the spot from point blank range. $29.
30.
Excellent shot. And he's got the perfect angle on the brown to screw up for that red that's behind the black. And if he does happen to take this red with the black...
34.
He could put himself 43 points in front with just a possible 43 on the table. So red and black required.
$35.
Might be able to screw back onto the left red.
$42.
Intended to cannon it full in the face.
Ken Doherty, 42.
That would have left him on the other red, but he had to content himself with safety. Calculated risk from Hendry, who needed 2 reds, 2 blacks and all the colours to tie.
One. Eight. 9. 9. And the frame.
Hendry concedes. Doherty goes 5 frames clear at 9-4. So Doherty has got 2 things on his side. He's beaten Hendry often enough not to consider him an impregnable summit to scale, even on such an occasion as this. And Doherty has also come into this tournament fresh. His record for the rest of the season has not been outstanding. 2 semi-finals, 2 quarter-finals in the previous 9 world ranking events, and therefore he's not exhausted himself by winning too much and being involved in the latter stages of too many tournaments.
Clive, I'm going to put you on the spot here. If Ken Doherty was to win this World Championship, would it be a record? Would he be the only player ever to have won a World Amateur Championship and a World Professional Championship?
Yes, he would. He won the 1989 World Amateur title in Singapore, having the previous year won the World Under-21 in Reykjavik, and 2 Republic of Ireland amateur titles before that. And there was some surprise, I think, that after such an outstanding amateur record, that he didn't come through rather more quickly in the professional game. He has won 4 professional titles, but that's not all that many for a world number 7.
Well, he has looked relaxed here. We could see before this evening's play he was totally relaxed. He's been smiling backstage. What a moment in the career of Ken Doherty, and if he could pull off this surprise win, Dublin would be the place to be. It's unusual for Stephen to be out of the arena so long, so he's got to try and get himself together. He doesn't seem 100%. mentally out there, Stephen, just seems a little bit lost, Clive.
I think that Hendry is exhausted by the long season that he's had. In a way, he's been too successful because he's won 5 titles, helped Scotland win the World Cup.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 14. Stephen Hendry to break.
And been in at the business end of most other events. He's also, of course, had 4 tough matches here. Lucky not to go in off from a poor break-off shot.
One. Four. Five.
The red next to the black is available. There's a couple of other reds also on.
Ten. 11. $18. $19. $26. 27. 34. 35.
That's very unlucky.
42.
And this is a pressure pot coming up, red to the right corner. This will test his cue action. And suddenly, it's like the old Stephen Hendry.
50. Stephen Hendry, 50.
But that wasn't the old Stephen Hendry. Made 50 beautifully, and then missed an easy one. And he's missed too many easy ones today.
One. 9. $16. 17. 22.
And once he takes this red on, it will open the other 3 up nicely.
23.
So there's just that one difficult red near the right side cushion.
$30. 31. 38.
Hendry wondering how on earth he can miss so many easy balls.
He won't be taking it this time, but he's brought the difficult red into play.
$45.
Little bit too far for the blue, but he has got the green available. Just depends how he feels. Yeah, he's just going to drop the blue in, so he's got to make sure that he gets past the red again.
$50.
He's left a rest shot rather than the one with a hand bridge that he would prefer.
Yes, and what Ken's looking at there, he's looking to see if the yellow will pass the brown, so he's away 3 shots ahead.
$51.
Well, that's what Ken was looking at. It looks as if it's available.
$58.
He's left himself in a good position, close and straight. If it does go,
$60.
great chance now to go 6 frames clear.
Oh, he's a little bit short with his position.
63. Okay.
Got quite a bit of work to do now.
Yes, he was concentrating on not missing the green and just didn't hit the cue ball hard enough. Well, that was a great shot.
67.
Cutting it slowly across almost the full width of the table.
.72.
Hendry led 50-0. Mr. Simple Red.
78.
And from that Hendry error, Doherty cleared up with 85 to go 6 clear at 10-4.
10-4, John Virgo. He's gone out. I was a little bit surprised after the last frame, which was immediately after the interval. Not only did Stephen Hendry go out after just one frame, but was that for quite a long time.
Yeah, I could only assume that Stevens went out just to give himself a good talking to, and it doesn't seem to have worked, because he got in that frame, he got a 50 break and missed a very easy red to let Ken in, a marvellous clearance from Ken. But as I said earlier, I think Ken now is really feeling confident. I think he knows he's got Stephen. It's up to Stephen produce what we know he's capable of and be a champion and dig deep.
He's certainly capable of it. We've seen him before, suddenly changed totally. The starry eyes come out. He becomes a totally different person. But so far in this championship, we haven't really seen that sort of look, have we?
No, we haven't, and I find it quite strange. A lot of people have muted over the point that maybe he's just run out of stamina. It's been a long season. Well, there's starry eyes for you.
Ah,
but I honestly believe that Stephen at the moment, we're going about this 7th title, and he did say that he's not going to put any pressure on himself this year, and I think what he needs to do now is put himself under a bit of pressure, sharpen the senses a little bit, because when you're missing careless shots, that can only be lack of concentration. We know he can react to the pressure, so it must just be a lack of concentration. You know, he gets a good shot and then he misses an easy one, the next one.
I've said to him a couple of times in interviews here, I mean, I said to him, I know you're going to tell me that the pressure of the 7 to beat Steve Davis, to beat Ray Reardon of the modern era, isn't getting to you. And he said, no, it's not. It's all the rubbish you fella. It's just a matter of that, and I'll do it one day.
Well, I know from experience, because I've been under pressure playing this game, and there's a fine dividing line, and you can go over the other line, so you try to avoid the pressure at all costs. But then you do miss easy shots, and I think that's what's happening to Stephen at the moment.
And I think he's very aware, more than we are, of what Ken Doherty can do. I mean, it must have some effect when they've played, you know, 6 each, but in the last 4 times, and not this year, Doherty's got him, and he got him as a captain of the Irish team in Thailand in that one frame they played.
Well, as I say at the moment, Ken's got him at the moment, and Stephen needs to produce something.
Well, whatever does happen, we'll see. Alan Chamberlain sets them off, and Doherty just been out just for a second. I wonder if he can believe 10-4. I'm sure he does, and I'm sure he can believe that tomorrow night he's going to pick up the trophy and the biggest paycheck of his life.
The one thing that Doherty mustn't do is allow himself to think of the enormity of what he's doing. because there is the previously unthinkable prospect that he could not only win, but win easily. Meanwhile, misjudged safety gives Hendry a chance. Well, that's what I thought, but he couldn't get through to the potting angle.
Ken's having a good look at the bunch of reds. He'll be playing a safety shot, but I don't know if there's a possible 4-ball plant on there. Well, he wasn't far off the pocket with the red. He's left the red on for Stephen, but pink and black are tied up. He'll do well to get on a colour.
Well, within a sliver of leaving the black an easy pot. I think it will still go, but it's mighty thin, and using all that long tackle doesn't make it any easier.
How far?
But he's got a similar problem when the black is respotted. Another little nudge just to put the black on.
9. $16. $17.
The ball's now spread that ordinarily one would be confident of Hendry winning the frame in one visit.
$22. 23. $30. $31.
There's a deathly hush going around the Crucible Theatre here.
$37.
I don't know what to expect from Stephen Hendry at the moment.
$44.
That is not there, is it?
Stephen
It was
Hendry.
awkward.
44.
Amazing.
It was awkward, but normally he would get it. So is this to be an action replay of the last frame in which he led 50-0, lost it to Doherty's immediate reply of 85.
One.
Doherty has won the last 5 frames.
Six. Seven.
As you can see, with the red over the right corner pocket, the black is only available into the left corner. So again, concentrating on the blue.
Developing an awkward red.
$19. $26. $27. $33. $34.
Just a little bit further than he intended to screw the cue ball there. The pink's still available, but having to use the rest. And that's the problem when you just run slightly out of position.
40.
Takes a couple of shots to get it back to where you want it.
Another rash shot when he knows he should have been playing with a hand bridge.
$41.
Now, Ken has left himself the perfect
46.
angle, and if he wishes, he could play a cannon onto the difficult red that's near the centre pocket, and if this comes off, it could be his frame.
47.
Just missed it, but he's still got an angle on the green to get back to it.
Screwed it.
Ken Doherty 47, Stephen Hendry 4.
Wanted to get the cue ball as near as possible to the red, but the pocket was in the way.
Ken has got a 2-cushion escape. He'll want to hit the red from behind and try and send it back up the table here. But it's on for Stephen.
One. Six.
And this is not straightforward by any means.
Eight. $11.
Hendry seems to have steadied himself for this important clearance.
$15.
Only the blue needed.
$20.
Doherty couldn't complete the clearance, which would have put him ahead 11-4. Hendry ends his 5-frame losing streak. Still 10-5 behind though, and desperately in need of winning the remaining frame this evening to give himself a reasonable shot at retaining his title tomorrow. Hendry, of course, has made some notable recoveries in his time. 14-8 down he was to Jimmy White in the 1992 final and took the title with a run of 10 straight frames. But the difference, I would suggest, is that he appears to be much tireder now than he was then. What do you think, Dennis?
Well, it's the first player to reach 18. There's an awful long way to go. I still think that Stephen Hendry can make a comeback here. It's going to be very tough, but we know what he's capable of. I think this one could go right into the last session, and not as the manager of these two players
final
thought.
Frame of this session, Stephen Hendry to break.
Ian Doyle thought it would finish a session early. I don't think so.
So this last frame of the day decides whether Hendry will trail by 6 or only by 4 overnight. And I wonder whether it's just put a flicker of doubt into Doherty's mind that he failed to complete the clearance in the last frame.
One. Four. Five. Ten. 11.
That's just gone a
14.
little bit too far, but there's another red available next to the pink.
15.
Well, that was a superbly played positional shot. It could have finished much better. It's a tricky little one, this.
Stephen Hendry, 20.
So again, Hendry has broken down when most people would have expected him to go on.
One.
Doherty had to pot that. There were so many reds over so many pockets.
Seven.
He'd like to get on the red that's near the left corner pocket, if possible.
Nine.
Won't be able to do it on this occasion, but I'm sure Ken will have worked out the sooner the better, so as he can get the black back into play.
Ten.
So he's got a choice. He can play for the red near the left corner or the one near the black spot.
50. $16. $21.
I'm not sure if he can pot this red direct. He may have to play it off the cushion. That's what he's looking at. So obviously he can't get straight to the red.
$22. Yeah. 27.
That's absolutely spot on for Ken when potting the red at the back of the little cluster of 3. Both the other reds up.
$28. $35. 36.
Two more reds, two more.
43.
And one further red would be enough for Doherty.
44.
In frame overnight lead.
This is risky. He's going to try and pot the black and move the red. That's what he was thinking about doing. He's still thinking about taking this on. What a tough shot this was. Well, in fact, he did try to drop in behind it. Still was a very brave shot.
Stephen Hendry. 43.
And one further red would be enough for Doherty.
44.
Enough for a 6-frame overnight lead.
And Ken, quite rightly, just getting up off the shot and settling himself.
$51.
This has been a fantastic performance from Ken Doherty this evening.
$52. Ken Doherty, 52.
He only had to hold his nerve for 2 more shots, of which that routine black was one, and this simple red would have been the other.
1.
This is risky. He's going to try and pot the black and move the red. That's what he was thinking about doing. He's still thinking about taking this on. What a tough shot this was. In fact, he did try to drop in behind it. Still was a very brave shot.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
It's not a snooker. He can get past the pink to the red.
Not too bad. He's left Doherty bridging over the blue.
What a cracking pot from such an awkward position. And he's got to pull another good one out.
He was a bit unlucky there. Once he potted the red, it looked odds on that he would finish well on a colour.
He's just checking the scoreboard. Stephen will know what the situation is. If Ken can pot the green, Stephen will need a snooker.
It may not be over yet. Doherty sensibly left the cue ball at the other end of the table to the yellow in case he missed the green, but he snookered himself.
Yes, and what's more, because the cue ball is so close to the cushion, it's very difficult to swerve around the black, so he's going to have to negotiate the snooker coming off a couple of cushions. Well, he's just playing it off the one cushion, and this isn't easy.
Doherty, 4.
The escape means that Hendry needs a snooker. Intended to pot the yellow and lay the snooker from the green, but this is Doherty's chance to leave Hendry needing 2 snookers.
And that's pushed the green into a better position for the attempt at a snooker. I'm not sure if Ken can see enough of the yellow to pot it, but if he can't, he can stop the white where the yellow is and play a snooker behind the pink.
Tasty. Foul. 4, 2 snookers needed. Hendry concedes. So Ken Doherty leads by 11 frames to 5 overnight.
So there it is. Stephen Hendry 6 frames behind Ken Doherty here on this Sunday night in the Championship of the World. And you're all asking the question, can the #1, the greatest ever, come back? Of course, mathematically he can. And I can tell you, if you look at his record, he can. Because if you look at that 92 final there, that's his second one when he played Jimmy White. He was 14-8 down to Jimmy White, 6 frames adrift. He came back and he won 10 in a row to win his second title, 18-14. Whoever knows with this man. Does John Virgo know? Possible again?
Well, anything's possible. He'll certainly have to play better than he's done today. He must be very disappointed. Ken Doherty will certainly sleep the easier tonight. I don't think Ken's at the top of his form, to be perfectly honest with you, but he's been presented with so many chances that I'm certain Ken now will sleep easy, come out tomorrow, and it's all there for the taking, really. And Stephen Hendry, great world champion, he's got to produce what champions are made of. So I wouldn't count Stephen out by any means, but as I say, I think Ken Doherty will sleep the easier tonight.
Well, if Ken Doherty is not playing to the top of his form, what is wrong with Stephen Hendry?
Well, Stephen, I think from the moment this match started, seemed to have one intention in mind. If there was a possible pot on the table, he was going to take it on. I think his safety play has been very poor. I think his attitude when things have gone against him haven't been right. He's played big shots, vital shots in frames, and just got down and played them. And you just can't treat the game like that. And I think what's happening now is that it's like anything. The balls now are not forgiving him for those mistakes.
That's right.
And the balls at the moment are just favouring Ken.
He said before he came here, after him beaten 9-2 by Mark Williams in the British Open final, before the start of the championship, he was totally exhausted. He'd had such a good run, he got so many semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, he's been doing that most seasons. He's been winning most tournaments.
I'm going to interrupt you, John, because Ken Doherty is just here and he's with Dougie Donnelly.
Ken, you've just come straight from the table. Thanks for joining us. I'm sure you're settled for that scoreline at lunchtime today.
Yeah, it was a great session for me, really. I felt nice and relaxed. I'm enjoying every minute of it, to be honest. But I'm not taking anything for granted. Stephen, you know, he had 3 centuries today, playing superb when he gets in. And you know, it's the World Championship final, and I'm just looking forward to it tomorrow. I'm enjoying myself out there, and I'm delighted that I haven't sort of crapped myself and gone the other way. I'm just delighted that I've settled down very, very quickly, and you know, I'm just looking forward to tomorrow. Just hope I can play the same.
Yeah. Without being at all on Ken, it's not been that difficult for you. He's not really had you under as much pressure as maybe you'd have expected.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a lot of pressure out there. You know, you're playing for the World Championships, and like every ball can be very, very hard. You know, you can see a lot of difficulties, but you know, just gonna try and keep to the same momentum and the way the way the match has gone. I just want to try and keep the sort of pressure on and just play as well as I can, and not really worry about Stephen, just about my own game. You know, that's the most important thing, and just try and hold it together.
It's your first world final, as we know, Ken. You seem to have settled very quickly. You're happy out there. You seem to be enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm loving it. You know, I can't believe that I've already got here, and I've enjoyed every match apart from the first round match, which was a lot of pressure on. I've enjoyed every game up to now, and you know, it's helping me probably play better and sort of settle down a lot, and I hope I can keep smiling tomorrow. If I lose, I won't smile, but I know, I'm sure I'll manage one.
You'll sleep tonight?
I'll sleep tonight.
Well done, Ken. Been a good day for you.
Cheers, thanks a lot to you.
Ken Doherty, confirming what John Virgo just said. He'll sleep easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's hit the nail on the head. He's enjoying it. You know, I mean, I'm not being critical with Ken Doherty when I say he's not playing his best. Ken knows he can play better, but as he's saying, all he has to do is cut out missing easy mistakes, keep the pressure on Stephen, and then it's up to Stephen to make the grade, you know, from 6 frames behind.
But there's been great snooker here tonight. I mean, blackboard, the re-spotted...
Well, I thought the re-spotted black was a turning point in the evening. I think that was just the confidence boost that Ken needed, and he's carried on from there, and at the moment, Ken looks favourite.
There we are. You heard it here. And, of course, one other tradition of this World Championship, apart from having 2 players at the table, the clever people outside in our wagons pinch little shots from everywhere. You daren't move in this place, and they cut it to music. This one's rather different, I can tell you. I mean, only a Spice Girl could ask the question, who do you think you are, to these famous snooker players. But they do.
The race is on to get out of the bottom. The top is high, so your roots are forgotten. Giving is good as long as you're getting. What's driving you is ambition and bidding. I said, do you think you are? Do you think you are? I said, some kind of superstar.
I don't know.
Hendry, it's on to be a world champion.
I don't believe this.
What a break! What a fantastic maximum break that is!
You're sailing out in the wrong direction. You've got the bug, superstar, you've been beaten. Your trumpet's blowing for far too long. Climbing the snake up the ladder, but you're wrong. Do you think you are? Do you think you are? I said some kind of superstar. You have got to swing it, shake it, move it, make it who you think you are. Trust it, use it, prove it, show me how good you are. Swing it, shake it, move it, make it who you think you are. Trust it, use it, prove it, show how good you are.
Oh, what a great shot!
You have got to reach on up, never lose your soul. You have got to reach on up, never lose control. I said, do you think you are? Do you think you are? I said, some kind of superstar. You have got to swing it, shake it, move it, make it who you think you are. Trust it, use it, prove it, show me how good you are. Swing it, shake it, move it, make it who you think you are. Swing it, shake it, move it, make it who you think you are. Trust it, use it, prove it, show me how good you are.
Told you, if you work here on the snooker, beware. Only problem was, never saw the Spice Girls. But just thinking here, John, with the last couple of seconds, it's the first time in 15 years no Englishman in the Embassy World Championship final. First time since '82, when an Irishman, Alex Higgins, beat Ray Reardon.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit like the football, isn't it? We taught the world and we can't do anything, innit? But that was the boom from Scotland and Stephen Hendry, you know. But, yeah, I mean, come on, you Englishmen, let's get back in there.
There we are. John Virgo saying to the English snookerers, let's get back in. Alex Higgins, of course, was Northern Ireland. Ken Doherty is Southern Ireland, so he will qualify as an overseas player if he beats Stephen Hendry. A very big if. And tomorrow we'll settle it. We start here live at 1:50 on 2. See you then. Good night. That 7th world title to get past the modern-day record of Steve Davis and Ray Reardon is something that Hendry said he's not bothered about. Alan Chamberlain there, refereeing his first ever Embassy World Championship final.
Shake hands.
You bring them forward to shake hands and say, Hendry said he's not bothered about this record of 7. He said, only you fellas talk about that. I'm just out here to win the title today. If I don't make it 7 this time, I will in the next 2 or 3 years. But yesterday, he certainly wasn't concentrated. This man certainly was. He made a few mistakes, but Hendry made a lot more.
Thank you, Leonard. Ladies and gentlemen, frame 70.
Here we go then.
Doherty to
Settle down. Where better to be if it's raining like it is here on a bank holiday afternoon. Live all the way. And your commentators for the first part, Dennis Taylor and Clive Everton.
Ken Doherty breaks off, needing 7 of the day's 19 frames to become the first player from the Republic of Ireland to win this title in the event's 70-year history. Stephen Hendry's task is to win 13 frames out of 19 to prolong his 5-year reign as champion. Played as a shot to nothing. The cue ball was on the baulk cushion. Had the double not gone in,
not a bad start for Ken Doherty. Black, as you can see, the 2 reds there, just tying it up. Not quite sure if the pink's available, but the blue certainly is.
6.
Well, that little nudge on the red might just have put the pink on for the left centre pocket, so that's worked out to perfection.
Ten. $16. $17.
Looks as if the red at the back of the little cluster of reds is available into the left corner. What is
22. $23.
Yes, it's never easy to judge where the cue ball's going when you cannon into other reds, so there's a little bit too much pace this time.
Anywhere short of the baulk line would have left Doherty choice of at least 3 colours.
Ken Doherty, 23.
That was a fluke, but it enables Hendry to leave a snooker.
Yellow ball. Stephen Hendry, 1. Foul and a miss for Stephen Hendry.
Well, a miss called, but there is a red available into the right centre pocket, so Stephen will take that on. Going to be very interesting this afternoon to see how Stephen Hendry is with his concentration.
Seven.
He had many lapses of concentration yesterday, but he's had a night's sleep. I'm sure that he's come out here prepared to make a massive effort.
What about that last shot?
30.
Probably a little bit of good fortune to free the black, but that's what he intended, the pace he played it at.
$20. $21.
Frame winning opportunity now from the open reds. He won't need the difficult one. $28. 29. $36. 37. $44. $45.
And this looks a much more focused Stephen Hendry here this afternoon. He still needs the black and the easy red.
52.
He has a quick glance at the scoreboard. If he pots the red, he'll be 35 in front, with still a possible 35 on the table. So any colour after this will do.
'53. '58. Stephen Hendry, 58.
Although Hendry failed to develop the last road, a lead of 40 with only 35 on the table should be enough. And it is vital for Hendry to make early inroads on his 6-frame overnight deficit.
Yes, Stephen's got to be very careful because the colours are very nicely situated for snookers.
Good try, but not quite.
Most of Ken's family has stayed back in Dublin to watch this rather than come over. They want him to concentrate 100% on his effort to be world champion.
But in this first frame, Hendry has now settled it beyond any doubt by disposing of the last red. And this is the kind of start he was hoping for.
5. '7.
A solid and determined opening frame from the defending champion.
Stephen Hendry, 7 and the frame.
Stephen Hendry reduces his 6-frame overnight arrears to 5. But Ken Doherty still leads by 11 frames to 6.
The first of the 80 this afternoon, with a possibly 11 tonight to sort it all out. John Parrott, I was saying there, and Dennis Taylor was saying, it looks a very different Stephen Hendry this afternoon so far.
Absolutely, he looked more focused on the practice table when he was having a little knockabout before. I think sometimes the pressure can come on for you a little bit if you get, you know, as far behind as Stephen was with 6 frames. Sometimes your cue arm loosens up and you decide, well, right, I'll get stuck in and I'll have a good go for it, and a little bit of pressure comes off you, and you look very, very good the first frame. From Ken's point of view, Ken has basically got to try and, if he can have 2-2 every session, he'll be happy. Yeah. Which means Stephen's not catching him up.
Yeah, he's got to forget the euphoria of yesterday, hasn't he, when he was getting all the advantages, doing it right, and perhaps, you know, that could be a little bit of a problem this afternoon. 11-5 up, you think, here we go. He's got to knuckle down now.
Well, I remember being 11-5 up in my final and I getting up and thinking I had a mountain to climb, even though I was on 11, because 18 is a heck of a long way away. Stephen obviously has got 2 mountains to climb, but if anybody's there who can do it, it's him.
You were here all day yesterday, I know, watching the sessions. An extraordinary day.
Yeah, Stephen basically, his concentration level was very poor. I don't know for whatever reason it was, but he looks a lot better today.
Well, the first one, he's got 6-11. Frame 2 of the afternoon, 18 of the Embassy World Championship final.
And of course, Hendry's only got to win another couple of frames, and Doherty will really start to feel the pressure.
One.
Straight away a chance for Ken. He'd like to be able to play for the red that's next to the black. There's 3 other reds available, but if he could get the one next to the black, it would open things up. Well, that's a
Ken
very
Doherty, 1.
bad miss from Ken there.
Just thinking what he was doing with the cue ball and forgetting the pot.
1. Eight. 9. Sixteen. 17.
Well, that was quite incredible. That the amount of topspin, it swerved completely
24.
around the reds. Just have a look at this cue ball. Hits the top cushion, virtually a banana shape. But it just shows how confident that Stephen Hendry is feeling, because he had a couple of loose reds he could have played for there. So he's in the right frame of mind.
But instead of an easy red continuation, he has a length of the table safety.
Stephen Hendry, 24. One. Three.
Yes, I think both the reds are available into the right corner.
Four. 11. 12. 19. 20. Yeah. 27.
Very important for Ken to score a sizable break here, just to restore his confidence after that opening frame from Stephen. He'll want to settle down as soon as possible.
Yes, and it couldn't have done his composure any good to miss that very easy brown early in this.
28.
No sign that it's affected him, though.
$34. 35. White.
And taking this red will open the other three reds up for the right corner pocket. Don't think he can play for the black. He'll head back for the blue. He's just undecided, so he may be able to play for the black, but I think the blue would be better.
$41. $46.
Hendry knows that if Doherty exploits this opening to the full, then he, Hendry, will again be 6 frames behind.
$47. $54.
So he needs red, black, and another red.
$55.
He certainly has responded well
62.
to the pressure that Stephen Hendry put him under after taking that opening frame.
63. $70.
Rather a heavy contact on that black, hence loss of position. But I don't think he needs to worry too much about that.
Ken Doherty, 70 and the frame.
The 70 break is enough for Ken Doherty to restore his 6-frame lead at 12-6. So here is a man of whom his manager, Ian Doyle, said, Ken's a good lad, not a drinker, not one for late nights, but he could sleep for Ireland. And that I think, reflects his easygoing nature. He's always practiced, but Ian Doyle, his manager, thought that perhaps he wasn't doing quite enough, and issued a story to the Irish newspapers, which seemed to be a case of the right word at the right time, because it certainly galvanised Doherty into action. He came over from his Dublin home to practice 7 hours a day with Ronnie O'Sullivan at Ilford, and got his game into really fine shape in that fortnight, coming here to the Crucible.
Yes, and Stephen Hendry set off terrifically well in that opening frame, and did so in the second frame.
The 19th frame, Ken Doherty to break.
But that one little bit of bad luck on the positional shot, and it was the end of frame.
Yesterday, Hendry had a low success rate with long pots. Doherty can't get through to the red nearest the pocket, and he's got to worry about Hendry getting through to it.
Yes, he might just be able to come off the side cushion and nestle onto that red. If he takes anything else on, he's got to be very careful. Don't think he's covered it. He's covered the one that's over the pocket, but as you can see, Stephen can plant the first red onto the second.
Yes, he can't hit it just at any angle. It's got to make a certain contact, but it's pretty straightforward. He'd have a job to miss it.
One. Seven.
Well, Stephen's had a couple of looks to see if the black is available into the right corner, but
Stephen Hendry, 7.
he attempted to get onto the black there, but and that's the sort of thing that was happening yesterday.
Yes, particularly when using just a bit of pace. At the end of the day, that must be cue action. I'm sure he's aiming correctly.
Well, Ken was attempting a 3-ball plant, which was very, very difficult. But there's nothing easy there.
The first red has to make a certain contact on the second red to make the necessary thin contact on the third red.
One. Four. Five.
He's still got a bit of sorting out to do. As you can see, the black's available into the left corner pocket, but he's 2 or 3 shots away from that.
Ten.
Yes, he wanted to be straight on the red that's to the right of the bunch so as he could get to the black, but hasn't got the angle.
Eleven. Foul. Stephen Hendry 11, Ken Doherty 4.
Well, I wasn't surprised to see the white go into the middle pocket because the green was, well, as you can see, wobbled, so that meant that he didn't hit it as he intended. And Stephen knew immediately the white was going into the left centre.
Very good shot from a red which was tight on the cushion.
Well, there is a straightforward path for Ken, but he's got to be careful he doesn't leave the other red on for the opposite corner pocket. Mine was actually...
Just flicked the red very thin.
1. Six. 7.
Opening reds with the certainty of staying on one
14.
which was already loose.
15. $22. $23.
It looks as if the pink spot may be covered, so that will help Stephen here. It means that the top red is available.
29. $30. $37. 38.
No more bets against Hendry.
45.
Clinching the frame at this visit.
46.
Yes, and Stephen certainly does look much more focused
53.
here today. Done very little wrong in the 3 frames. Ken's done very little wrong either.
Get up. 61. $62.
Hendry's capture of this frame means that it is certain that there will be an evening session, and a whole scale comeback
67.
is by no means to be ruled out.
$68.
Yes, you can't ask for a better standard of snooker. A 58 break in the first frame.
75.
Ken had a 70 break in the second frame. And there's a possible century here.
76. $78. 80.
It would be Hendry's 46th century of the season, chasing his record of 53.
'87. '92. Stephen Hendry, 92 on the first.
And with that break of 92, Stephen Hendry has won 2 of the first 3 frames today to reduce his deficit to 12-7.
That means that it can't be won here this afternoon. We must have an evening session, whatever else happens here. But of course, the Hendry come back there, 2 frames out of the 3. John Virgo's coming to join John Parrott just for a moment. Now then, John, what are your impressions so far?
Well, I'm pleased to see Stephen in a right frame of mind, I would say. And it's noticeable, but I think he's prepared to wait for his opportunities rather than trying to force it, which I felt he did all day yesterday. Any sniff of a long pot I felt he was going to go for. Whereas today he seems to be prepared to play a bit of safety and wait for his chance.
John?
Yeah, the thing with Ken is he's not a player really I don't think you can rush. I mean, I think you can play other players who are very attack-minded, who you'll get, you know, numerous opportunities against. I think Ken being such a good match player, you don't get as, you know, he's not as liberal as giving you chances as, say, maybe some of the other players are. So it'll be harder for Stephen to I can see basically yesterday why he tried to force it a little bit. But he looks in better nick today.
You were saying yesterday we saw him miss a long pink, but it didn't matter that his long potting was a bit out of touch yesterday. Seems to be improvement all round in mind, coordination, hand and eye. We'll see if it's, he didn't think much of that though, did he? My goodness, threw his head away and you can see why. Dear, dear.
Immediate chance for Doherty from Hendry's poor break-off.
One.
I'm sure Ken Doherty's game plan before today's play was to try and win 2 of the first 4 frames.
8. $13.
This is just a little bit awkward because the red is so close to the black.
$14.
It means if he pots the black, the red next to it won't be available. But the black still should be on. It's got to go as near its own spot, directly behind the red.
21. 22.
He looks to have left an angle. Might just be able to nudge the red on.
$29.
A generous round of applause there, but it's going to be very difficult for Ken now. He was trying to leave an angle on the yellow or green to get to the reds. The only possibility is from the blue. It's a little bit unlucky.
35. Ken Doherty, 35.
Awkward queuing for Hendry over the top of the brown.
Foul. Ken Doherty, 4.
Well, he wasn't too happy with that. Much too thick a contact.
One. Ken Doherty, 1.
Doherty 40 in front then, in the frame that he needs to restore a 6-frame advantage.
Stephen walked away from the table. He knew he was very fortunate to get the cue ball through the gap there. Well, he was looking at a possible plant to the 2 reds, but he's more concerned about getting the cue ball back down the table to the safety zone. what does the world champion do here? There's a pot on to the right corner. He knows if he takes it on, he would almost certainly lose the frame if it doesn't go in. It doesn't look to be a straightforward safety shot. It's make your mind up time for Stephen Hendry.
And he won't have the same confidence in his long potting that he usually does. He's missed plenty in the last day or so.
There was just too much pressure on that shot, even for a 6 times world champion.
One.
Yes, he knew that he was going to leave Doherty a chance to clinch the frame if he missed it.
He's made breaks at 58 and 92, but it looks as if Ken is going to share the 4 frames.
8.
I think that Doherty is well aware that
13.
That the one thing he mustn't do is let Hendry get on a roll. And both times that Hendry's pulled a frame back, Doherty's responded immediately.
14.
He needs a red, color red.
21.
Pink puts him 67 points in front. There's still a possible 67 on the table.
27.
He won't miss this one.
28. $33. 34. 39. 40.
Crisp, highly focused stuff from Doherty. Splitting the first 4 frames 2-all will suit him fine.
$45. 46. 46 on the frame. Ken Doherty.
So with breaks of 35 and 46, Ken Doherty restores his 6-frame lead at 13-7 at the mid-session interval.
off they go for a little break, but there's no break for us. Of course, 4 more frames to play here this afternoon. We're with you right the way through the afternoon, right to the finish of this, with, of course, possibly 11 frames to play here tonight. They'll be live as well. John and John, 2 apiece in this session. What do you make of that, John Perrott?
I think Ken will be very pleased with that. Stephen showed signs of having better concentration. Good contributions when he's in the balls. He's scoring. It's actually scoring heavier than Ken, which is a strange thing about it. But 2-2, as I said, if he keeps every session 2-2, we'd be very happy.
Peculiar moment when we went back into it after a little bit of chat with that frame was Stephen Hendry's break-off shot. We're just saying how much better he looked, and then this happened.
Well, he's broke off 2 frames, the 2 frames he's broke off, and he's finished up doing exactly the same thing, leaving Ken a chance of a red into the left centre. This level, you can't afford to do that, and that really was the equivalent of giving Ken 35 points start in that frame.
He just couldn't believe it. You know.
But Ken got 35 points. Well, at this level, to give somebody 35 point start, I mean, that's a tall order.
Was nothing wrong with the cue ball position? I mean,
no. Well, John and I thought maybe he'd put the cue ball a bit close to the yellow, which you can catch the end red a bit thick. It's really, you put a tracer right hand side to swing it round off the 2 cushions, and he's hit it a little bit hard. Obviously he did it the last time as well. Just push the cue ball, caught the red too thick, brings it down the table, and you don't find the ball cushion with the white. John, you've got a bit of commentary to do later. John, you're going to stay with us. Yeah. Get your cup of tea if you like.
Absolutely.
Right, no problem at all. Right. The story of the afternoon here so far, where they've shared the first 2. In fact, was Hendry coming out looking much more focused, taking the first to reduce it from 5-11 to 6-11 with a nice break of 70. Back came Doherty to make it 12-6. Back in again with that 6-framer, and he had a break there, as you can see. Then in comes Hendry again, 7-12, 92 break there, almost a century. He didn't bother with the pink and black really, and then Doherty back again. So we'll turn it all the way, 13-7. Ken Doherty leads, remember 18 the target, and 4 more here this afternoon. Right now with Alan Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome back Ken Doherty and Stephen Hendry.
So, settle down. Packed house, of course. Always is. Packed out months and months
Thank
ago.
you then, ladies and gentlemen. The 21st frame. Ken Doherty to break.
13-7 in his first World Championship final. And the commentary now comes from John Virgo and Ray Edmonds.
Thank you, David. And a much better break-off from Ken Doherty than his opponent in the frame before the interval. And it's immediately left Stephen with a bit of a problem.
One.
And one feels that Stephen really has got to win 3 of
8.
At least of the last 4 frames of this afternoon session to have any kind of chance this evening.
Nine. 16.
Well, that's not a good positional shot from Stephen. Just safety left now. I can only assume he played for that red in the middle pocket.
16.
He's way off. But a good safety.
Well, he hasn't found the cushion, and certainly a red to this right corner with a path round the back of the black. Good positional shot that from Ken Doherty. These two reds stopping the black going from its spot into both corner pockets.
6.
When he pots the black now, he can clear the other one. This is a great opportunity.
$14.
Reds are nicely spread, but I must admit I was a little bit surprised he played for that red. If he'd have cleared the one to the right of the black would have been available into both corners. Now he's having to play the pink. Maybe he's found a red into the right corner.
20.
Which can bring him on the black.
$21.
So back in good position.
$28. 29.
It's a peculiar feeling a little watching Stephen Hendry like this. You normally
36.
expect him to be the one who doesn't look as if he's going to miss. And today, and to an extent yesterday, you were just waiting for him to miss one. He's made some good breaks, but he's missed a lot. And his poor safety has contributed to this chance for Ken. And just at the moment, it's Ken Doherty
37.
who looks as if he isn't going to miss. A bit to do this time, though. Into the pack.
44.
Possibly a little bit too straight on the black, but there's 2 reds just below the pink. Would be available into the right centre. As you can see, very straight on the black. But I'm sure there's a red available into the right middle pocket, so just screw back a couple of feet. Well, I don't think he played for one in the right centre. I think he played for a red in the same pocket as he
52.
potted the black. Whatever. It's not a good shot. So what looked a frame-winning opportunity. Needs a good shot now to keep it going.
Ken Doherty, 52.
Good break, but he'd be disappointed he didn't win it at that visit. Well, that's a poor shot from Stephen. The last thing he wanted was the pink near the cushion, and of course, he didn't find the baulk cushion with a cue ball and has left his opponent a chance of a long red. Can't afford to do that.
And as so often happens, when a player is playing well and getting more confident, the nudges go his way, and you'll see it just knock the brown here into perfect position. Could so easily have gone safe.
Five. Six.
So red colour, and Stephen Hendry
11.
will need a snooker, and 2 bad safety shots have kept him in that chair.
$12. $19.
And certainly Ken Doherty going from strength to strength. And it really is going to need a remarkable
27.
improvement in Stephen's form if he's going to get back in this match.
28.
At the moment, he's being outplayed by Ken.
$33.
Well, Ken going round, but I don't think Stephen will get out of his seat. Good hit, though.
33 on the frame.
Yes, and Well, Ken Doherty looking more like a winner every moment. Now 14-7 in front.
A significant frame as Dennis Taylor has now joined John Parrott, because Stephen's now 7 behind. We were talking about when he was 6 down against Jimmy White and won 10 in a row, but he's never been this far back before.
And Ken is so relaxed out there. He's enjoying every minute of it. And I had a link up on radio with his brother in Dublin just before the match started, and none of his family have come over. They've left it to him. They want him to concentrate on his game. It seems to be working. And a lovely little story: his mum went to church last night and had a puncture on her bicycle and had to walk all the way back. So Ken doesn't even know that.
He might be able to buy her a new one if he wins this one, mightn't he? You know. John, we talk about mountains and everything else. I mean, but what do you feel in this? Is Ken playing extremely well, or is Hendry letting him look good?
He's also he's playing very good match play, Ken. I mean, he is one of the best match players in the game. I mean, he makes very few unforced errors. That's the one thing you know when you play against him, that you're not going to get yourself thrown in the balls all the time. You have to work for your opportunities, and Stephen, unfortunately, is not at the best of his game, and the opportunities are coming along, and Ken's going about his business very methodically, and he looks like the winner, doesn't he?
He hasn't had that great a season, really, though, Ken.
I think it's a big thing coming here fresh, I really do. I'm a firm believer in that. I think Stephen's had a horrendously hard season, and you know, it's ironic, really, that the best tournament in the world comes right at the end of our season. And it's hard work to pick yourself up again. I thought he looked very tired in the last tournament in the final, and I think he's definitely got mountains to climb. I actually can't see him unless he wins the next 3 frames. I think he's doomed.
Ooh, right. Well, whatever happens, you'll see it with us and with John Virgo and Ray Edmonds. Here we go again.
Well, during the break, while you were in the studio waiting for Stephen to come back, Ken was having a smile and a chat with the people around him, guys he knew maybe, and some he didn't, but he looked completely and utterly at ease with himself. And why shouldn't he be? Well, forced to take that on, and we've seen him pot so many, but he hasn't got away with it. If the red by the black didn't go, there's certainly one at the end of the cluster will.
One.
But not position on the pink as he played. So as you take on the risky green. Where's the green going? Well, a big cheer from the crowd. And Stephen, well, he's had a bit of a run in this tournament, but it's turning now. And of course, this is what happens. You make a few mistakes and the balls never forgive you. And they're just favouring Ken Doherty.
Ken Doherty, 4.
Good pot. Ties under the baulk cushion.
1.
But no colour. Of course, Stephen's policy is always to attack 7 frames down. There's pressure on every risky shot.
Green ball.
I'm taking what I said into consideration. What a great shot that was.
4.
Remarkable temperament.
Five. Ten.
He'd like to play for the black if he could run through, but Ken had a look early on, and I don't think he fancied it.
$11. $17. $18.
Well, now, at this stage, this blue, tough pot.
Blue ball.
A lot of pressure on that one.
18. Foul. Stephen Hendry, 4.
Well, play the cannon into another red to hold for the pink. Tried to cannon full into the second red. As you see, just clipped it in off. Certainly not left anything easy though for Stephen Hendry. But he will attempt a red into the right corner.
Well, I think he's running purely on adrenaline at the moment, and he hasn't got a lot left. I think he's absolutely drained. Looks like it. And really playing like it.
1. $7. $8.
Sometimes when you get as far ahead as Ken Doherty is at the moment, you perhaps start to look over your shoulder, but when your opponent is giving you chance after chance, you've really no need to, and just at the moment, Stephen
15.
is making it easy for Ken.
$16.
That makes the points level in this frame. There's only
80.
one awkward red, and Ken Doherty won't need that one. So
19.
couldn't be better placed to put another frame on the scoreboard.
$23. Ken Doherty, 23.
Well, the first comparatively easy ball that Ken has missed for some time, just when he was in sight, as John said, of taking another frame. So maybe the thought of the winning line just slipped into his mind. It certainly will if Stephen was to go on and make a nice few points from this.
8.
There is one red,
9.
as John said, on that left-hand side cushion. Stephen would need that to clinch the frame, but there's a bit of a chance here.
$16. $17. $23. Stephen Hendry, 23. One.
Well, Stephen had a chance there to punish Ken for his mistake, but once again, Stephen's let Ken back in. I don't think Ken Doherty has got the angle on this black to pot it and disturb that awkward last red. So, I think this frame is
8.
going to be down to who gets this one remaining red. All the colours are in the open.
Ken Doherty, 8.
Who will get the first chance?
Well, it's Stephen who's been making the safety errors all afternoon, and there's another one. First duty when you play that safety shot is to get the object ball, that is the red, safe.
1.
So the problem ball may be the brown, but with the blue being in close proximity, it will make the brown easier.
6. Nine.
And that looks about perfect. So he's looking for brown, blue and pink. Well, he could have played that better. He's going to be at full stretch, and he still needs the pink after the blue. So it's not a formality, this now. Straight on the blue, deep screw shot required. And as I say, at full stretch. And believe me, years ago, before the invention of extensions, this might have not been as easy as he may make it look. Tough shot left. So Stephen may be seeing a little bit of hope, because Ken Doherty has found trouble here. Just needs the pink. But a tough shot.
As cool as you like, the pink goes in. And Ken Doherty again increases his lead, a massive lead now at 15-7.
Yep, looking a bit bemused there, isn't he? But what can he do? We were saying there, I mean, you know, normally you fellas always say, give Stephen Hendry one chance and you can sit in your chair for the rest of the frame. Ken had missed a ball, gave him a chance, and this is what happened here. I mean, he had, you know, a pretty good ball, and you were making a point about it, John.
Well, I mean, if you want any player in the game, you wanted to take a shot into the middle pocket for your life, it'd be Stephen. He's the best middle pocket player I've ever seen. And you know, the likes of these, if he was anywhere near his best, there's just no way he would miss this shot. Just got it too thick and
Stephen Hendry,
top cushion there.
23.
So was it cueing, just angle?
I think it's just his concentration. He's probably lost a bit of his cue action, and he's a bit confused. He doesn't know where to go from here, and he's the wrong choice of shots at times. Ken went in off earlier, and Stephen took a pot that he normally would take on. But when you're struggling like this, you've got to put a few safety shots in and wait for the chance. And he's not doing that. He's trying to pot his way out of trouble, and it's not working for him.
I think confused, John, is the right word. I mean, he hasn't been in this situation before. I mean, he is confused.
I think what he's been so used to doing is he's such a good potter and such a great attacking player that when he's been in trouble in the past, he's forced the issue and he's been that good at knocking balls in that people wouldn't take. And he's got it going, and he's basically trying to force things just to get something going for him, because he knows he's sitting there. And Ken's just going about it very methodically, very businesslike, saying thank you very much, there's 30, 40 points, keeps getting them, running away and playing a bit of safety. And Stephen's going nowhere at the moment.
But John Virgo was saying, even there on blue, pink and black, he didn't make it easy for himself, Ken, but it's methodical, he's doing the business.
Yeah, that pink, it looked straightforward, but there was a great cheer went up in the players' room as well. We could hear it in the studio here. That was a very good pressure pot that he knocked in there. And he's still totally relaxed, Ken, and he's doing what he needs to do, and I can't see any way back for Stephen now.
Hendry has won the world snooker title 6 times. Finals for him at the Crucible.
43 and the frame.
So we go to the evening session. Ken Doherty leading by 6 frames as he started this afternoon at 15-9.
And with the story so far, a very good evening and welcome here to this famous Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. It's snooker's big night, the last lap of the 1997 Embassy Championship of the World. If you've been with us so far and watched that, you'll know the situation. Stephen Hendry, the world's #1, the most famous player in snooker, 6 times champion of the world, at the moment training Ken Doherty from Ireland, the man who's going to make his first appearance here on the final lap of a World Championship. Doherty leading 15 frames to 9, possibly 11 to play here tonight. You need 18 to become the new champion. This, of course, is the 21st time an Embassy World Final has been played here in this theatre, so something of an anniversary. I hope you realise and agree with me it's been tremendous so far, so why don't we just get on with the final. And will you please welcome here the audience in the Crucible and you at home, the man from Dublin, Ken Doherty. Oh, Ken has never been here on a final night before. This man will certainly know the way down the steps. The world's #1 and 6 times champion of the world, Stephen Hendry. Well, the atmosphere here, the tension you can feel, and this is the man here, Alan Chamberlain, who's got the job of keeping all you lot quiet, and I'm sure he will do. Alan Chamberlain also refereeing his first ever World Championship final. So the trophy is there to be won here tonight. Alan, I think you're going to remove it before we start play, are you? Thank you very much indeed. There's the trophy, the famous trophy, and tonight you're going to see that awarded with a cheque for £210,000. So we're all ready? Mr. Chamberlain?
Thank you.
Mr. Doherty? Mr. Hendry. Thank you very much. Enjoy your final here. And the... Ken's very keen to get on with it, and we will let them get on with it in the commentary box. Clive Everton and John Spencer.
Okay. Thank you then, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The 25th frame. Ken Doherty to break.
Ken Doherty starts the final session, needing 3 of the 11 frames to take the title. Stephen Hendry has to win 9 from 11 to retain it.
One. Six.
Yes, and this time choice could go back for the blue or may play with the right hand side to move that red away from the black off the back cushion.
Stephen Hendry, 6.
Well, he moved the black but a chance for Ken.
And it was the right of centre striking, which I'm sure caused him to miss the pot.
1. Eight. 9.
Yeah, it's a good shot there by Ken. Disturbed 4 or 5 reds there, and there are a couple available into the left corner.
Got into the cue ball a little too much. He meant to screw down the table a little more on the right hand side of it. It was a thin potting angle, and he couldn't quite get into the cue ball enough
13
to get it round behind the back of the black.
Ken Doherty, 13.
Well, the crowd are applauding, but Steve now's left Ken a red over the right corner. But he's going to have to force this to try and get down for the pink.
One.
Perhaps made ultra sure of potting the red. The natural angle was always taking the cue ball into the bunch of reds. He snookered himself.
Green ball. Brown ball. Foul and a miss. 1, Ken Doherty. 4, Stephen Hendry.
Yes, and Stephen not having it replaced, asking Ken to play from where the white's finished. But there appears to be a shot to nothing in this right corner, that back red at the right. And that's a great shot from Ken. And a bad mistake by Stephen.
1.
Well, he did have a look, but didn't notice it.
4. Five.
Played to cannon the blue to leave himself on the black.
Yes, badly wanted the black back on its spot there.
Ken Doherty. 5.
Well, very fortunate there for Ken. But maybe that was the shot he should have played in the first place.
Six hours playing time for 24 completed frames.
Yes, and that looks to have got Stephen in a bit more trouble. Playing this with a lot of swerve and right-hand side on the white. And that's a good shot. Has left Ken a chance of the red into right corner, but still a good shot Stephen played.
One.
Bit short.
8.
Yes, that's one of those bad shots that could have come in his favour. Pots this and finishes on a colour. He'll be splitting all the other reds.
Ken Doherty. 8.
Seemed to blast at that rather than stroke through it.
Yes, I think that's pressure. And of course, if anyone's going to suffer a bit of pressure in this first frame, it's going to be Ken.
One. Five. Six. 13.
3 easy reds, but he can't win the frame without the 2 awkward ones.
14. 21. 22. 29.
'So Stephen trying to run through and leave an angle on the black, and that looks pretty good. To try and move that red on the left-hand cushion over the middle pocket.
$37.
That was bad luck.
38.
Great pot, and the attempt to move the other red into a potable position only just failed.
Yes, and this is even better. Played that with a tremendous amount of side there to check the ball off the cushion. And just
44.
one colour required now to leave Ken needing snookers.
$49. 51. Hendry, 51.
Which, barring at least 2 snookers, will be enough for Hendry to take the frame.
$3. Ken Doherty, 3. Frame conceded. Frame.
Doherty concedes. Hendry narrows the gap to 5 frames. So, by taking the last 2 frames of the afternoon session and the first of this, Hendry has reduced his arrears from 15-7 to 15-10, and he played that frame in as positive and efficient a manner as to bring back at least some memories of his great recovery against Jimmy White in the 1992 final, when he was down 14-8 and yet won with a run of 10 straight frames, 18-14. The 2 factors which may be against a repeat of that is that Hendry is certainly less fresh than he was on that occasion, and also he needs his opponent to help him along with a few mistakes. So far there's...
Hendry to break, frame 26.
So far there's been no great sign of that.
Yes, that's the second time today we've seen Stephen make a bad break off. And if Ken can knock this red in, do his confidence a bit of good.
Foul. Stephen Hendry. 4.
There is, of course, a huge burden of expectation now on Doherty, not least in his own mind. Hendry leaving alone the 3/4 ball long red in favour of the greater certainty of a good safety.
Yes, and that's an equally good safety from Ken. And no easy path for Stephen down the left-hand side of the table. And he won't complain at that.
Doherty may be looking for a containing safety down in the right-hand corner.
Well, Ken coming off the side cushion, try and rest against this red near the corner pocket. Has to be careful here. And that's too hard. He's left the red into the left corner. Now if the black will pass this red into the right corner, it's a chance for Stephen.
Well, obviously it wouldn't to the right corner, otherwise Hendry would have played for it. But he made it possible to put it to the right corner.
8.
And he's just starting to look dangerous.
Yes, and that red he knocked into that left corner was a tremendous shot.
Nine.
And now I think we're going to see him reap the rewards.
$16. 17. 24. 25. 28.
And now it looks as though he can hold for the pink into the left corner.
29. 35. 36. 43. 44. 51. 52.
It's such a help attacking a big deficit as Hendry is.
Yes,
to pick off frames with a single break.
58. 59.
'Yes, and all this, of course, is putting a bit more pressure on Ken.
65.
But I wouldn't be surprised we don't see a century break here.
66.
'Got that rhythm round the table, cueing beautifully.
72. 73.
Yes, yesterday he seemed just a little hurried, about 3 or 4 seconds too quick on virtually every shot. But he seems more in the groove in these 2 frames we've seen tonight
80.
Than he has all match.
81. 88. 89. $96. $97.
So, just screw back now for the red into the right corner.
That's Hendry's 5th century of the match.
104.
So 137 possible. And the way he's playing and the position of the balls, I don't think he's going to miss.
110.
This has given Doherty something to think about.
Stephen Hendry, 110.
No total clearance, but the break of 110 reduces Ken Doherty's lead to 4. Doherty leads by 15 frames to 11.
And remember, this afternoon he was 15-7. Hendry winning the last 2 of the afternoon, winning the first 2 tonight. Do those bookmakers know something? They don't get it wrong, because at the end of the afternoon session, when it was 15-9, they immediately put Hendry at 8-1 against and Doherty at 20-1 on. Within half an hour, the phones have been going around the world apparently. They reduced Hendry's odds to 11-2 only, and Doherty at just 10-1 on. Big change in the betting because they were taking so much money. John Virgo and John Parrott know a bit about betting. Do you think they're getting it right?
He looks in great form at the moment. It's a tremendous accolade to his fortitude. I mean, really did look in trouble this afternoon. Ken would be happy with the 4-4, but tonight he started very well, and the red he started the break with tonight was absolutely brilliant.
That opening red.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, John, what will Ken Doherty be thinking
Thank
now?
you.
Well, he's got to just keep himself together.
Ken Doherty to break.
So, as I say, 2 at the end of the session, 2 at the beginning of the session. The gap reducing all the while. What are we in for here tonight? We'll see it all the way.
Touching ball.
Doherty's just got to stick to his game and stick to his method. He's not got to contemplate the appalling prospect of having his heart's desire snatched away. He's still 4 frames in front.
Yes, in actual fact, Ken's missed 1 pot in the first frame. And besides that one, he's done nothing wrong. And I think that one in the first frame was due to pressure, but I'm sure it'll have settled down now.
An anxious look to see whether he's left Hendry a cut at the red to left corner.
Well, he certainly has.
1. Foul and a miss. 1, Stephen Hendry. 4, Ken Doherty.
Didn't even get halfway. And he has thereby put himself in at least some of the trouble that he was trying to put Doherty in. Doherty has asked him to go again after that foul.
Yes, there is a red above and to the right of the black that Stephen could play around the angles off. But it appears he can actually pot this red near the corner.
Foul and a miss. 4, Ken Doherty.
I think he attempted to pot that red with side. The cue ball swerved out and didn't come back again. Pretty crucial replacing decision by Alan Chamberlain. I don't know that it was as easy as that, and Hendry very sportingly correcting him. Yeah, yes, the green was the troublesome ball. I think Hendry's got it back now in the place that it was.
Yes, I'm still surprised Ken's putting him in for this shot.
1.
Now I know why he did.
It was a tough pot, no guarantee of position, as we saw, and if he'd missed it, he could have left Doherty right in.
Spider. Brown ball. Foul. 1, Stephen Hendry. 4, Ken Doherty.
Yes, a chance now for Ken to snooker Stephen behind the blue, if he wishes. Obviously doesn't like that shot, so taking the white down to the baulk cushion.
What's been particularly encouraging for Hendry so far this evening, though, is the marked improvement in his long potting over the 3 previous sessions in this match.
Five.
Yes, and looks as though, although he's very close to this red, can pot it. And pink or black available.
6.
So again, I think it was a bad choice of shot from Ken.
Stephen Hendry. 6.
The easiest red is covered, but there's another easy one to middle.
Yes, and the one at the side of the black, I think, will go. So, chance here for Ken to get that Q arm working.
1.
Now, when he pots this black, it would be attempting, I think, to try and move that red away from the black spot. Otherwise, the pink and the black are going to be tied up. So he needs a little stun and right-hand side on the white, and that's a good shot.
This opportunity arising from Hendry's first glaring unforced error of the evening.
Nine. $16. $17. $24.
Not immediately apparent whether the back red is potable. It would appear not.
Ken Doherty, 24. One.
That was a fluke. Although Doherty hit the safety element of his shot perfectly.
One.
By fluking the red as well, he was able to put Hendry in even more difficulty.
Well, Stephen can hit the red on the left cushion, but could get the double kiss if he tries to go back to ball. That was always the problem. Now, has he got away with it?
Doherty fancies the double quite strongly, but he does have a half-bore clip from the pink spot as well.
Fine. Now, no more shouting out, please, when players are approaching the shots. No more shouting out, please.
Yes, I think that's a timely calming word from Alan Chamberlain. It's not like boxing. You do need a bit more peace and quiet to play this game well.
So another chance for Ken. And I think he's got to stop trying to be ultra cautious and go out and try and build a break. Certainly not easy with the balls situated as they are.
One.
Well, that's a bad shot. Was playing to get on the green, I think, to try and screw back and disturb the two reds near the middle.
I think the tension and the pressure has affected his touch a little. Simply struck the cue ball a little too hard.
Yes, taking the blue on into his right corner.
Ken Doherty, 1.
Well, I thought he was taking the blue on. That was a strange shot.
He was playing a safety, but didn't get the cue ball on the black cushion.
One.
Missable cut black, but he develops reds, whether he gets it or not.
Well, he's certainly taking it on.
I think Doherty's stomach may be tightening up a bit.
Nine. $13. 14. 21. 22.
Well, Stephen going for the black to split those two reds. And this is a confident shot. Well, that's unlucky. Great effort.
29. Stephen Hendry, 29.
Reducing his deficit to 1, but he failed to get the cue ball behind the pink.
Yes, and this is where the temperament comes in. Ken has to get down and try and drop this red into the right centre and forget about the other red frame ball.
Certainly a key shot.
1. 5. Six.
This brown, yellow, green and brown would be enough.
Yes, and that's the perfect angle on the yellow. Doesn't have to force it.
10.
Just a trace of left-hand side on the white for the green into the same pocket.
$50.
This for a 5-frame lead.
$90.
20 in front, 18 on the table. Unbelievable!
19, Ken Doherty. 6, Stephen Hendry.
And thus, Doherty presents Hendry with the penalty
Thank you,
points he
ladies and gentlemen.
needed.
Yes, Ken has to take this on. No alternative shot. But what a tough one. And the secret with this is not to play it too hard.
But that must have looked so difficult after the traumatic experience of the previous shot when he knocked the pink in. He's not going to miss pink and black from here.
11.
And Stephen Hendry reduces the gap to 3 frames. 5 in a row he's won. The last 2 this afternoon, the first 3 this evening. And could that frame be an enormous psychological point in this game? Hendry would have assumed that he was going to lose it. Doherty would certainly have assumed that he was going to win it, with Hendry needing a snooker. He attempted the blue and was unfortunate enough to see it rattle in the jaws, run towards the opposite corner pocket and knock the pink in. That wasn't the one, that was Doherty's later attempt at the blue, and how difficult it must have looked after that earlier disappointment. It's going to be a mighty test of temperament for Doherty now. His lead is reduced to 3 frames. It was once 8.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. 28th frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
There's no doubt the wind is in Hendry's sails now.
Foul. Ken Doherty, 4.
And now, what a big shot Ken has. Red he can get through to the red near the left-hand corner pocket. And I think the black will go into the right corner. So this is the big shot. Yes, and this is where he can get his confidence back.
Eight. Nine.
It's just such a shock to the nervous system to lose a frame in the way that he just has. You really do need special qualities to keep cool
16.
and play as if nothing's happened after that.
17.
Yes, I'm pretty sure, having seen Ken here for the last 2 weeks, he's not going to lose this match. Stephen's going to have to win it.
$24.
And he is still 3 frames in front, which in the ordinary way is a decent lead.
25. $32. $33. White. 40. $41.
Yes, now gone a little too far, I think, for the red to arrive at the pack, so I may go into the... No, he's played for the loose red. And that's a good shot.
46.
No choice. Can play for the black into the left corner to disturb the reds, or pink into the left centre.
47.
Well, the way Ken held his cue up there, I doubt if this red will pass the pack.
53.
So, the red near the cushion. Yes, if anything, a little too good on the black. So screw back with left-hand side. That loose red, he's overhit that.
61.
Yes, by about 3 feet. The adrenaline is really running.
Ken Doherty, 61.
Well, I find it hard to believe that Ken played that shot. Should have been thin off the red and the white down near the ball cushion. A terrible choice of shot.
Yes, and the first sign that Doherty, panicking a little, tried to overplay his hand.
One.
Well, an unfortunate run of the ball for Hendry. Practically anywhere but there was better.
Stephen Hendry, 1.
So Doherty got away with his indiscretion. Still 64 in front. $75 on the table. I do believe that he's really feeling it now. How relieved he must have been to see Hendry miss that comparatively easy ball. That red plus pink would have been sufficient.
Yes, but Stephen, a chance to bring the black into play here.
One. Six.
A little bit short, and even if he can pot the red, it would have to be with such a thin cut that the cue ball would have to travel quite a long way.
Seven.
Well, been rather fortunate there with the position on the black. Certainly didn't play for that case, but good pot.
$14. $15.
Key shot coming up.
22.
If Hendry pots this, all the other balls are on.
Stephen Hendry, 22.
And that will be a relief to Ken. Just red and black will be sufficient to leave Stephen needing snookers.
A relief for Ken. Was that your entry for understatement of the year, John?
$8. $9.
Ken Doherty led 15-7. He lost the last 2 frames this afternoon. He lost the first 3 this evening.
16.
And looked like losing this one.
17.
But Hendry missed the key ball. A red along the cushion. Doherty's earlier 61 break stood him in good stead.
Ken Doherty, 17.
And it was easy from there to clinch the frame and go 4 frames ahead, 16-12 at the mid-session interval. Four dramatic frames of snooker then. Hendry in very good form indeed in the first 2, breaks of 51 and 110. The third frame appeared to be Doherty's when Hendry needed a snooker, but Doherty was unfortunate enough to knock the pink in. Hendry stole the frame on the black, but Doherty has just taken the last before the interval with the aid of a break of 61, just managing to hold off a Hendry counter-attack, and now leads by 4 at 16-12.
Well, now, what do you make of all that? As you can see, they've just gone for their interval. We are going nowhere. We stay here all night, and I'm sure you'll be staying with us. I'm going to let a little secret here now, because people like John Parrott and John Virgo here sitting with me. And as those frames are going on live, we make little notes, say, keep that ball, that's an important ball. And then we say, it's not anymore. I've got a sheet of paper here where in those 2 frames, everything's been scribbled out because every other ball became the important ball. There were so many shots there, John, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was just a tremendous session of snooker, had everything. I mean, when Ken's played the brown to play the long blue, he's got to play the blue at pace, because he can't really afford to stick the blue, because the pink and black are very close and he could get a snooker. So he's played it with a bit of force, come off the angles and potted the pink, which is just, I mean, he could play there for 6 months and never do that. And he's gone on, lost a frame he should have won, but he made a great break at the beginning of that frame, which showed a lot of character there. And Stephen ultimately missed the red on the top rail, which would have given him a chance. It wasn't a very easy one, but I still fancied he was going to get that, to be honest with you.
John Virgo, you're sitting in with John. A number of times you've gone, oh, the 2 of you almost into the monitors there.
Well, it's got everything. Obviously, Stephen's fighting for his life and doing tremendously well, you know, and excuse me, Ken is really trying to keep himself under control. Try not to look at the end product, which is the World Championship trophy. And as John said, to make a 61 break after what happened the frame before was great character from Ken, and that might just carry him over the line.
What a difference that frame. I mean, if Hendry had taken that one, that was 4 this evening, the 2 before, 6 in a row. I mean, you know, terrible.
Well, as I say, I mean, everybody I saw, you know, and we're talking about the betting, and people were saying, you know, and they have been saying, oh, Ken's got him now, and this, that, and the other. But Ken has got to win 3 frames at the start of the night, and against the best player probably that the game's ever seen, it's not a formality by any means.
Nothing is a formality in this game. A possible seven left in this Embassy World Championship. Well, as I say, we're not leaving. And everybody likes, I know you do, like spectacular potting. And you'll see none better than what we've lined up for you during this little coffee break. By the start of the 1995 championship here, Stephen Hendry had won 4 world titles. In the 95 semi-final, he came up against his old friend, Jimmy White, the semi-final. And after 11 frames, Hendry led 7-4.
Well, that isn't the best of breaks from Jimmy, and I'm certain Stephen will take this on and go all out, all for the black.
1.
Well, there they are. Possible 7 to play. Ken Doherty.
Fine, fine, thank you.
Yes, he'll have trouble.
Thank you. No more shouting out now, please.
A wry smile. Alan Chamberlain in his first World Championship final. He's handled it well so far. They were saying Ken needs 2 with a possible 7 to play in his first ever World Championship final, and with a chance of becoming only the 2nd overseas player to win it. Dublin is overseas, of course. Cliff Thorburn was the only other one. Our commentary team now to the finish. Dennis Taylor and Ray Edmonds.
Well, the first shot after the interval. Played with confidence by Stephen.
Four. Five.
Well, we've said so many times that he plays that shot
10.
perhaps better than any other player in the game. He didn't get it right that time. Didn't get the pink full in the face. Consequently, he didn't open the reds.
Stephen Hendry, 10.
But I think this final is there for Ken Doherty to win. I don't think he can sit back and wait for Stephen to lose it. If it doesn't go in the pocket, he's got away with it. If it does, it could have been trouble.
Well, I'm just wondering if he has left the red that's to the right of the black. It looks as if Ken can see enough of that to pot it.
One. 8. Nine.
Just a little bit too far with the cue ball. Still on the pink, but needs the rest. And I think the first 4 frames, 3-1 to Stephen, was a fairly true reflection.
$50. $23. $24.
I'm not quite sure if the red to the right of the bunch of 5s available into the left corner. We'll find out after this shot. Obviously not.
$31. $32. $35. $36.
Well, applause, but I think it's probably come a little too straight to be ideal for Ken. But perhaps can get back for that other red just at the back of the picture there.
$43. $44.
Well, he's picked up all the loose reds. The one that's near the right centre pocket may be on, but what he's looking at is to see if the pink would be available after that. And they decided to try and get into the reds.
50.
So he needs a good safety now.
Ken Doherty, 50.
Doherty has done very well though the last 2 frames, having lost the first 3 this evening. No break of note until the 4th frame when he made a 61 to win that frame. But you just cannot stop Stephen Hendry responding. He's digging deep and getting the response.
8. Nine. Stephen Hendry, 9.
Yes, that was pure pressure. He was a little bit further away from the black than he intended, and they're always missable, certainly under these sort of circumstances.
Well, nudging that red out could be the vital shot for him to take a frame-winning lead here.
Three.
Has a quick glance at the scoreboard. He needs red, colour red.
4.
Well, he's going to need a good pot.
10.
It's a tricky little cut into the left centre. He'll probably take it on for the left corner with a little bit of safety in mind.
Ken Doherty, 10.
I think he had something like that in mind had he have missed the red.
Stephen's got to hit a red here, otherwise he'll require snookers, or a snooker certainly. And it's not going to be there.
Ken Doherty, 4.
So 45 points the difference, 43 on the table. No missed call there, although the cue ball wasn't very close because obviously Stephen desperately wanted to hit the red, and a miss can't be called when snookers are required. Certainly puts this frame,
Ken Doherty, 4.
I'm sure, beyond Stephen's reach. So the world champion with his back to the wall now.
Thank you.
At the point of no return, I'm sure.
One. Ken Doherty won and the frame.
Concedes. So Ken Doherty from Ireland, just 1 frame away from the World Championship. 17-12 he leads.
Yep, 17-12. In fact, he does lead, and I think you can blame them, John and John, for going out, you know, frame by. I mean, the pressure out there. We talk about pressure in this game, but John, you know what it's like.
Well, absolutely, but once Stephen's gone out, I think Ken goes out then, because he doesn't want to sit there on his own with people shouting, you know, he just wants to be alone with his thoughts. I think if Stephen had stayed in, I think Ken would have stayed in, because he wants 1 frame, he's in the ascendancy. I mean, he'd like to savour the moment, but you don't want to sit there on your own, let's put it that way.
John, how are the two playing now then? I mean, can you see any change or what?
I think Ken's done very well the last 2 games. I think he's held himself together. The 61 was a massive break when he'd lost, you know, something ridiculous, 6 or 7 frames on the spin or something. And I think the 61 was great. Made a good 50 in the last frame. He's back in control of himself, which is what John said he needed to do. You know, he looks the winner. He's been very solid right the way through, and he's minded his own business and just got on with his own game. And no matter what Stephen's thrown at him, he's been there and kept playing the same level.
But you know as well as anybody that in any sport, especially this one, luck plays a little part. I mean, you know, the luck is flowing just a little here and there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a part and parcel of the sport. The thing that makes it so important these days is there isn't a great deal between the top players. And the way the game is played in such an attacking way, and the balls can go, there's so many anomalies in the game that they can be crucial. And part of the matches can be, you know, matches can be won and lost on things like that. But, you know,
you remember the ones that go against you, don't you?
Oh, they hurt.
Thank you. Thank you. The 30th frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
And this, the one, Stephen Hendry's got to win to stay in the championship and to retain any hope of this all-time record of 7 wins, beating Steve Davis and Ray Reardon. He won't be thinking a bit about that. The job is to stay in against Ken Doherty.
And I think this red will just cut to the middle. Not easy. Cue ball tight on the cushion.
One.
So some 4 or 5 years ago we thought that Ken Doherty was going to be a world champion, and it's taken him a long while to get here, longer than perhaps some of us thought, but he's on the verge now. Can he hold himself together for 1 more frame? By the look of that, he can.
4.
And he's left the perfect angle on the black. He's got to play this with a lot of pace to make sure and disturb some of the reds. That'll do nicely. What a moment in the career of Ken Doherty. One of the nicest lads you could wish to meet. Still concentrating 100%, not letting his mind wander to what might be.
$12. $19. $20. 25. $26.
Chance to go into the reds again. Hasn't finished quite as well this
33.
time. There's still a red available into the left centre. Cue ball almost tight in the cushion. It's not easy.
$36.
Ken aiming to be the first ever world amateur snooker champion to go on and win the World Professional Championship. Jimmy White's been close.
37.
As of course was Doug Mountjoy. He lost in the final, but nobody's ever had the double.
Big shot. He'll be opening the reds again here. Difficult to describe
43.
how Ken Doherty's feeling inside at the moment. It's just unbelievable.
Ken Doherty 43, Stephen Hendry 4.
It was a tricky little screw back to get position. A little bit unlucky to find the pocket.
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, it was a terrific opening red by Stephen that's given himself this chance.
16. 17.
'Such tremendous pride in being the world champion, and he
24.
will not give up easily.
$25. $31. 32.
Ken Doherty, I'm sure, will just be having his thoughts on the red that's near the right side cushion, hoping that that might still give him a chance in this frame.
38. 39.
It looks as if Stephen has got the perfect angle just to drop in behind it.
45. Stephen
Missed
Hendry,
that by
45.
a long way, but he's got it safe.
Stephen had looked so relaxed up to that red, as indeed had Ken when he was at the table last time, but now really he's got to hit this red.
Now, no more shouting out, otherwise you won't see the end of this match.
And shouting when the player is on the shot is quite unforgivable. That looks like the brown.
Foul and a miss for Ken Doherty.
And I'm pretty sure he'll have it put back. Hasn't got a lot of space to get by, this brown. And played at that pace, if he does go by the brown, almost certainly he'll push the red to the corner pocket.
Okay, Ken.
Well, the chance is there for Ken Doherty. He's having the cue ball cleaned. Stephen Hendry has won the Embassy World Championship for the last 5 years. One of the greatest ambassadors our game has seen. It looks like this man could take over this year.
One.
Well, Ken knocked out Steve Davis, 6 times world champion, earlier.
6.
Well, green, brown and blue. And the pubs around Dublin, the homes around Ireland. The atmosphere at this moment
9.
must be incredible.
The crowd know that was the vital one. And Ken knows it is. Lovely smile.
There's no better feeling in the world.
So Ken Doherty thoroughly deserves this Embassy World Championship title. He's a great friend of Stephen Hendry, and Stephen Hendry will be back, I'm sure, to claim his 7th. But at the moment, Sheffield and the Crucible Theatre belongs to Ken Doherty, who beat Stephen Hendry 18-12 to become the 1997 Embassy World Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the souvenirs flying in the crowd. You can have nothing left there. But Ken Doherty, the snooker champion of the world. Well done.
Thank you. It was a great match. I had a great session yesterday. to go 6-2. I won it, and I felt superb. I'm delighted it's all over, to be honest. I think I think all the family back home are nervous wrecks. I think they're all having nervous breakdowns, you know.
I'm going to tell you something about the moment, but Stephen, the run, the best run ever in snooker, you always said it had to end somewhere. Well, that's what they think of you. It was tough, and the comeback here, the end of the afternoon and the beginning of this evening, it was tremendous.
Yeah, I missed a red along the cushion. I had a chance to pinch the 4th frame of the evening, and that was my chance going after that.
Ken played so well, didn't he?
Fantastic. I mean, deserved winner.
So it's going to be next year or the year after for the record 7. He always laughs when I say this, you see.
One day.
One day. Let me come back to Ken. Ken, I mean, you had such a great start and everything else, and then when he came back at you, you must have been shrinking in your boots a little bit there.
Absolutely. The butterflies start turning into pigeons, I think, you know. They're getting so big. But no, Stephen is, I mean, just sitting out here, and you only sort of realise how sort of big Stephen's. I can't speak. No, I wasn't looking at it. No, it's what he's achieved here. You know, to win it so many times is just fantastic. He's a great guy and a great champion, and you know, I'm very delighted to him.
Now, I know they raise the roof to you in Goffs back home there when you win and everything else. This is something different for you now, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's absolutely superb here, and I think you know, on behalf of like myself and the family, you know, and all that we're watching back in Ireland, you know, it's a great boost for them. You know, it's nice to have another world champion from Ireland.
The first ever, of course, from Dublin, only the second man from overseas to win. You're talking about the family back home. We've been hearing what's been happening over there. Celebration over the place. Did you hear what happened?
I hope they're still alive.
I don't know if you know about it, but apparently your mum went to church last night, and on the way back she had a puncture in her bike and had to walk all the way home. It's true.
I know. I think she said about 5 or 6 churches at home ablaze. She was lighting so many candles.
But at least you'll be able to buy her a new bike now, won't you?
Absolutely.
Well done. If you'd like to take a seat just for a minute, because now is what we call wages time, and there is a little bit about. Will you welcome the presentation party, Mr. Graham Blashill, Sales and Marketing Director of Imperial Tobacco, Rex Williams, Chairman of the WPBSA, and Mr. Peter Dyke of World Promotions. He's the one carrying the champagne. So, not just 2 presentations and 2 checks here tonight, but a third one. Do you remember day 3 of this championship? Monday afternoon, 3:30, and there was a little matter of a match going on. And we achieved only the 4th, we didn't, he did, only the 4th ever maximum in the history of the Embassy World Championship here in the Crucible. The congratulations going on to Ken there, but now you'll congratulate the man who made the magical 147, Ronnie O'Sullivan. And to Ronnie, Ronnie, would you like to do this bit as well? I'll tell you. The bonus, £147,000 added to the high break prize. A total cheque of £165,000. When I told you after you'd made that break that if somebody else got one you had to share it, you didn't believe me, did you?
I didn't, because, you know, it's not normally you get 2 maximums, but as soon as I had it, someone said to me, if someone has it, you know, it's half each. And he nearly had it as well, so like, he was gonna clean up.
Anyway, you got it, the 4th ever. 5 minutes and 20 seconds of pure magic. Ronnie O'Sullivan, tremendous congratulations. Well done. I've never said this before. To the runner-up, the cheque for, how much is it? £126,000, Stephen Hendry. And now, as I was saying, only the 2nd time ever that an overseas player has come here in the Crucible and taken the trophy and the big cheque. I better check because I don't know how much it is. My goodness, it's a cheque for £210,000. And the famous trophy. I tell you what, Ken, there mightn't be much left in Dublin, but they brought a drop for you. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and you've been applauding all night. Ken Doherty, Embassy Snooker Champion of the World. So the cheers go on here. This is not just one World Championship, but the end of 21 years here in the Crucible. They've given us many memories. We've had a pictorial scrapbook of snooker. Good night.
Unforgettable, that's what you are. Unforgettable, though near or far. Like a song of love that clings to me. How the thought of you does things to me. Never before has someone been more unforgettable in every way. And forevermore, that's how you'll stay. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
Oh, good luck, mate.
Oh, wonderful. That is really, truly wonderful.
magnificent. Jimmy White creates history at the Crucible Theatre. A magnificent 147. What a break! What a fantastic maximum break that
Unforgettable in every way, and forevermore, that's how you'll stay. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.